Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you? Just trying to set up the YouTube real quick.
I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah, go ahead. Take care of business.
Alrighty. Alrighty, I'm back. How are you? How was the weekend? How's everything going?
I think okay. Got very little snow here, but as you go west, it gets a lot deeper. It's foggy this morning, though. It looks like winter.
I'm trying
Foggy
to use
and
my headphones.
23 degrees.
It's not working.
Trying to figure out, can you see my screen?
I can see a screen with the background of a field.
Yeah, there we go.
I also see that you have called in, so I think you use both of them simultaneously, right?
Yeah, I do. I don't have enough bandwidth to do audio and video, so I use my iPad for the video and my phone for audio.
Can you still hear me?
I do.
I don't know what's going on here.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. I'm just trying to use my headphones because I think it picks up my voice better. I think right now it sounds like I'm in a hollow room, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in the bathroom, but that's okay.
I don't know what's going on. How about now, Mr. Commissioner? Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Wow, this is weird. I can't get these headphones.
You sound a little less tinny now.
Huh. Let me work on this. I'm going to mute myself. I'll be right back.
All right. Good morning, Judith. How are you?
I have to figure out how to unmute myself. Right. I'm fine. It's a really cold morning here.
Yeah, it's chilly here. 23 degrees right now. It's warmed up a little bit.
Yeah.
They
I think it got down to like 11 or 12 or something.
Holy moly, you guys got cold.
Yeah.
We'll probably get that tomorrow then, as it moves west.
Yeah.
Or east, rather.
Well, yeah. It's been a cold winter here, at least. We've had a lot of coldness. Not a lot of snow, but actually yesterday we got like 3 inches.
That's not bad. I heard Las Vegas got about a foot.
Really?
We got about 2 inches here. It's all gone though. Sun comes out here and boy, snow disappears quick.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's not, I don't know how, here at in the woods, in the mountains, the snow will hang around, but you're right. Anywhere else, it'll melt.
Right. Yeah, I like it. I'd like to get a foot of snow because in 2 days it's pretty much all gone.
Well, we need the moisture, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
anyway.
We definitely do. My wheat is suffering.
Yeah. I think everything is the Around here, you can't get enough moisture. That's about it.
Right. Well, we do live in a semi-arid climate.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We should expect that, you know. That's what we live in.
Yeah, and I like that actually. Right. But the thing I hate is the forest fires.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate to see them just burning up. I'd rather have gone in there and harvested it than just let it burn down.
I know. Well, first off, it's so bad for, the air quality, and then for people's health, just to have
Yeah.
fire. And you're right.
Right. The smoke in the air for weeks.
I know, and it doesn't just stay put; it goes everywhere. It's so
Right.
yeah.
Well, all those fires in California, and we were dealing with smoky air for what, 3-4 weeks last year.
I know, I know, and yeah. I mean, they definitely need to do better forest management.
Yeah.
They need. I mean, there's. How's this? Why don't they hire all these unemployed people to go in and do a lot of forest clearing?
Yeah, they can just do select clearing that way and pull out some of the old and big and some of the new and little, and just kind of keep it spaced out so the trees are still healthy and thick, but clear enough that there's bright undercover for deer and elk to graze. And
Yeah, I mean, when I go
it could be done better.
When I go hiking up here outside of Santa Fe, there's this one trail, and I would say once every month there's some big tree that had just fallen down on the trail because it was so old and it died. I mean, well, first off, that's dangerous, and second off, why can't you can see those things and you could just cut them down before that happens.
Right.
So makes sense.
We could, but we choose not to.
Well, do you think that we'll ever get back into offices?
Yeah, maybe when I'm governor.
Yeah. Let's see. That's you're gonna run.
Well, she is letting kids are going back to school, at least here in Clay County. It's going to be a limited schedule, but kids are, and my kid is excited. And care if it's one day a week, he's excited to get back into the classroom, which is weird. He's a junior.
That is so important.
It is at that age.
I have just heard so many stories of kids who have had really suffered with, mental health, physical, because they have not been able to. It's just really detrimental.
Well, the socialization at that age is very important, and when you just cut it off arbitrarily like that, and they lose contact with their friends, on a regular basis, it does affect with their head.
Yeah, I mean, there were other solutions besides just closing the schools.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
But I don't know.
You back on, Chief?
Chairman and commissioners, yes. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
Yeah. Does it sound any better?
No, it still sounds like you.
You beat me to that, Commissioner.
I think that's good.
That too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, the key is right here.
Yes, sir. Okay, who was that? Was that your YouTube feed, Chief?
Whoops. Judy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry,
So,
Commissioner, I was hanging up. It was Miguel in the background. I had him on speakerphone because we were walking through my settings to make sure I had him right. So it looks like
Okay.
Okay.
headphones
Well,
plugged.
so Judy, I had a question on that. What's the item number? It's on the consent agenda, and it's in the merger. And actually, it's not the merger. It's, setting aside the funds for COVID relief for New Mexico Gas, item number 7.
Yeah, and Mike said he wanted to, is that's Michael's case, right?
Yeah, the way it was written, though, it had is Michael on? No.
I don't know, but I think he would like to take that off of consent. I think he said it was a mistake that he had wanted to put it on regular.
Okay, good, because when I read the order, it had an option. It didn't say yes or no.
Exactly. And he said, I made a mistake. That one should have been on regular and the other one should have been on consent. But anyway, he wants to move it off of consent.
Okay, it shouldn't take long. It's a pretty straightforward deal. So, so Jeff, will you second if I move?
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have quite a few changes because item number, oh, where was it? Item number 10, he wants it removed from the agenda.
Yeah. Okay, good.
So
So
yeah, we're
Commissioner,
gonna
Here,
have,
everybody.
there he is.
Maestas checking in for duty.
Good morning, Commissioner Maestas.
Good morning, everyone.
There's a salute.
Hello.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. This is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and
Thank you.
clear.
so Commissioner Fishman, this is Michael Smith.
Okay, good.
Hi. I heard you were just discussing some changes. I just wanted to clarify. It's on case 2069, which is on consent. There's a correction to the order that I sent around to everybody. I just wanted to point that out. On case 15327, which is number 7 on consent, that I believe should be moved to the regular action item.
We just discussed that we needed to
Okay.
move it. So,
Yeah, Mike, I told them that you had wanted that to be moved.
Right. So, and then on regular action, case 16276, I was asking to be removed. I had sent an email about that.
right.
And then on case 11, number 11, which is case 2240, I think Judy had told you that was actually intended to be on consent. That can be moved to consent or it can be left where it is. That's really a preference issue.
I had a couple of questions about it.
I prefer that we remove it since I had asked that it be amended.
Well,
Okay.
we'll
You want to delay it a week?
We'll get to our official meeting on that. I guess.
No, I meant, oh, wait, it's,
I think
no, I
Commissioner
meant remove it
Maestas
from
wants,
consent.
yeah, I think Commissioner Maestas wants to keep it on regular.
Number 11.
Yeah.
Item
Okay.
number 11.
Yeah,
Okay, I
that's
thought it was
fine.
on consent. Okay.
It'll go quick. Okay, I believe we have all commissioners on board.
Is Commissioner Hall?
She is here.
There she is.
Commissioner Hall, could you
Okay.
come off mute?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm off mute.
I just wanted to be sure we can hear you.
Sure. And I'm sorry, I guess I just missed what the first discussion was. Have we begun the meeting yet?
No. We were
No.
just
Oh, okay.
pre.
All right.
But we probably should.
Okay, so let's bring the meeting to order. And so Commissioner Byrd, would you do the Pledge of Allegiance for us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The New Mexico. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you very much. And consideration and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
item 14, under discussion, I have absolutely no background on that issue, so I'm not in a position to discuss it. So perhaps if your assistant can provide me with some background information, but I'd like to table that item 14 because I'm not in a position to.
It's discussion, and all I'm going to do is just raise the issue. There's nothing to vote on. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to update commissioners and just get some direction from the rest of you. So
But I have absolutely no background. I have no background whatsoever. So I thought a discussion involves all the commissioners,
it involves
not just
all the
one.
commissioners. Trust me to just bring it up and get your input, and then bring you any documentation that you need. But
okay, but it just in the future, I mean, just a little, consideration. I'm sure all my other colleagues are up to speed on this, but just in the future, if we're going to kind of discuss a particular issue, I want to make sure that I have some background on it. I'll retract my motion to table.
okay, thank you. And it'll go real quick. And I apologize, and I will in the future be sure that you get something.
Now, the only other item that I have an issue with is the workshop itself. As you know, I support the notion of having a workshop to develop a 2-year work plan. But I thought our plan of action was to have staff submit their recommended 2-year work plan, and then we, the commission, would provide our own. And we have a very full agenda. I mean, if we're going to discuss every single legislative bill introduced to date that pertains to the PRC, I don't want to compromise on the quality and the extent of the discussion for the workshop. So I'd like to remove item 15 from the agenda. So that's a motion. I move to have the workshop removed.
Can I possibly second that? I actually prepared what it looked like we were supposed to prepare and send it to Mike to distribute. I don't know if the other commissioners got it, but I agree now that Commissioner Maestas mentions it, that we were supposed to hear from staff. And while I'm really eager to get going on it, I think we also want to do it right. So maybe we should just put this off another week until we get input, unless, Mr. Chairman, you've already gotten input and the rest of us don't know about it. But nevertheless, it would have been nice for all of us to get whatever there is out there. And if staff hasn't prepared it yet, then, I think we should just ask them to do it post haste, and then we could handle this part next week.
And I also want to just,
Commissioner Maestas first, and then Jason, I'd like to hear from you.
I did the same exercise as Commissioner Hall, and I do believe my assistant Jonas sent our recommendations for a 2-year work plan to Mike, and I think you, Mr. Chairman. So
yeah, I saw it.
We put a lot of time and effort into that, but I think the whole idea of getting the staff's plan was to get that reality check, to make sure that what we discuss and decide to move forward with doesn't exceed the bandwidth and capacity of at least the staff under the chief of staff. So I've done it, but I want this to be a real quality exercise.
Jason, thoughts from you?
Either way, it's fine. I guess in our discussion yesterday during our division director meeting, several of the division directors themselves have been working on compiling their input into the workshop. And so I think they were kind of under the impression that they would be presenting their part of their work plan to the commission during the workshop itself. I've been getting bits and pieces in different forms and formats from other divisions, and I've been struggling with really kind of trying to consolidate it in a presentable manner to the commission. I did see Commissioner Hall's write up from her office on this work plan this morning. I think I took a look at your email. So there are a few divisions that I think we're expecting to present their 2-year work plan to the commission during the workshop. And so if you want me to, within another week, I can consolidate everything and get a packet out to the commission that you can familiarize yourself with all of the content that we put together. Keep in mind, I think initially it's going to be a real rough draft because there's different forms and formats. We didn't really have a clear direction on a template to use. I did start with the 5-year strategic plan that we had submitted with our FY22 operating budget and used that as a template. And then we just kind of built upon it, right? So there's a lot of good information and a lot of information that is repeated across the board from division to division. So you're going to hear it multiple times or read it multiple times, which is good because that's consistency amongst the agency. But so that's where we were and what we were prepared to do for today. So I apologize if there was some expectation differently. So
I think it's a good idea personally to postpone and let you pull it together and get us a draft ahead of time, because I was under the same expectation that we see a draft ahead of the meeting, because it gets pretty complicated. There's a lot there. And so I'll just quick check in with Commissioner Byrd and well, actually, I'll just second the motion on item 15. Let's do these one at a time.
I seconded it.
Okay, you seconded it.
Yeah.
If we're ready, we can just take the roll on that if there are no more comments from the commission.
So
Mr.
one question
Chair.
though, were comments supposed to be submitted to Chief of Staff or? Oh,
No, we were going to hang on to them for the commissioners because I think we were told at the last meeting not to distribute them broadly. We might run into rolling quorum issues here.
well, I distributed mine to the staff members, but to Michael to distribute to commissioners.
Michael, is that the right way to go?
I think if we're including all the comments or the proposals from the commissioners in the agenda items that are being considered at the open meeting, that we don't have a problem with that, because those are going to be in the record and be discussed, as long as they're not distributed ahead of the meeting and discussed by commissioners, outside the context of an open meeting. That's where you run into a rolling quorum, a potential rolling quorum situation.
Distributed ahead of the meeting to the commission.
So
Right.
I can't see other commissioners' comments ahead of the meeting and they can't see mine ahead of the meeting. Is that what you're telling me, Mike?
Well, I'm saying we can include it in the agenda materials so that you have it before the open meeting, but
Okay.
commissioners should not be discussing each other's comments
Okay.
with each other.
Okay. Same as any
If
other.
I may, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, Mike, I think there's a couple of different questions being presented. One is Commissioner Hall is asking if it's okay for her to share her input on the objectives, needs, and wants with the commission and staff, not the actual comments to staff's input on the needs and wants and objectives. So I think there's two different things going on,
Correct.
two different discussions taking place here. One is that commissioners, and I think Commissioner Maestas has shared the same, Commissioner Hall has drafted objective needs and wants on her behalf and has distributed that. I think there's another question that says when I consolidate all of the staff's portion of the objectives, the needs and wants, and present that to the commission, those comments, I think, is what you are recommending wait until the workshop. Is that right?
with respect to each of the commissioners preparing their own list, there's not a problem if the commissioners send that to the other commissioners, provided that then there is not an outside the open meeting discussion between the commissioners about each other's wants and needs. That discussion should happen in the open meeting. So people should not be, so if, say, Commissioner Hall drafts a document with her wants and needs to be addressed at the commission meeting, she can transmit that to the other commissioners, and that will be a matter for discussion at the open meeting. But commissioners should not be responding to Commissioner Hall's document. That's for discussion.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, if you wanted to give me some different direction, but the consolidated report that I'm going to share is going to be staff's objective needs and wants list, right? So
Correct.
okay,
That's how I'm
I'll work on that
understanding
right
it.
away.
Yeah, that's how I'm understanding it. And other commissioners, any other comments on that?
Point of order.
Sure.
We're supposed to be just discussing items on or off the agenda. We're having general discussions.
Well, I think what we were doing was having a discussion about whether.
Now, a lot of the subject matter is pertinent to the. But a lot of these discussions are pertinent to the issue, not actually whether it should be on the agenda or not.
Okay. So you suggest we close discussion and vote?
Well, did we make sure that item number 10 was removed? 'Cause I know we had the discussion, but was it in the open meeting or was it before the meeting?
Well, I was going to do each one separately just to be sure there's no confusion. And I was going to get back to 10 and the other, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any comments from you on this?
I think there's one more case. I want to hear from the commissioners. Case number 2240, Michael Smith touched on it. It's listed on the consent. Should it be moved to consent? That's the question.
Yeah.
It's a regular action item, isn't it?
No, that's the one, number 11, item number 11 on the agenda, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Right. Michael Smith brought this up as soon as the meeting started.
Yep.
And he would like to know whether this case should be moved to consent.
So, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I'm going to take these one at a time. And it'll just go real quick. I think we're all pretty much in agreement, but let's do one at a time to be sure there's no confusion. So just real quickly, we've got a motion on item number 15 to move to next week's agenda. Moved by Commissioner Maestas, seconded by Commissioner Hall. So let's vote on that one first. Michael, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. Okay, items number 11, 2240 UT, moving that from the consent agenda to the first item on the action agenda.
Commissioner Fishman.
Yes.
Michael Smith. That is actually something that is on the regular action agenda. I believe Commissioner Maestas had a change. I emailed actually the change to the commissioners, but so that can actually stay on the regular action agenda. That doesn't need to be, I'm not asking for that to be.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading from the wrong one.
And then
Good. I wanted it to stay.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
So item number 10, removing from the agenda. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
So Commissioner Fishman, let me just state, The two items that I was going to change, I'm requesting a change on it, is regular action, consent action item number 4, B4, which is case 20-00069 UT. That is the one that, I'm sorry, no. Let me back up. It's case regular action item B7, 15-7, should be moved to regular action. And regular action item case 16-00276 should be removed from the agenda.
Yes. Okay, we can do those two together, kid, since I can't seem to get anyone to trust me to do one at a time. So anyway, let's do, does anyone want to move on Michael's motion here?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second.
Commissioner Fishman, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Mr. Chair. Could Mike please say again what he was changing? I know he wants to remove item number 10. And then what did he want to do with?
With case
Item number
15-327, we would move it from
Sorry, Mike, I didn't hear you.
case 15-327, which is the 7th item on the consent, the last item.
Oh, yes.
That would be moved to regular action.
Oh, fine. That's
okay,
fine.
so we're moving. Item 10 is being removed from the agenda. Item 7 is moving to regular action items, and we have the motion from Commissioner Byrd. I seconded, and
Sorry, I have one more question.
sure.
I believe Commissioner Vicente Aguilar asked about item number 11, case 20-240. And she was asking the question, shall we move that to the regular action
It's
agenda?
on the regular action.
Sorry?
It's already on the regular action.
Well, oh, you're right, it is.
Okay. So let's vote these two, the current motion. And Mike, would you please just, before you call the roll, just repeat what the two items we're changing on the agenda are under this motion, and then take the vote.
Commissioners, the motion is to move consent action item number B7, case 15-327 UT, to the regular action agenda, and to remove from the agenda case number A10, case 16-00276 UT from the agenda. And I will call the roll. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fish.
Aye.
Commissioners, the agenda is approved with those changes by a vote of 5-0.
Phew. Consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
So moved.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman, you indicated that the workshop should be removed, and we're going to vote for that item one at a time. So we voted on that. Next, we voted on the changes that Michael Smith recommended, and we voted on that. Now we have to approve the whole agenda
As amended, yes.
as amended.
I'll second that.
That will be my motion.
Okay, Mike?
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. Mike, you need to take lessons from Commissioner Vicente Aguilar on this.
I'm going to stop sending out orders on Sundays.
Good.
No complaints here.
That means they're gonna come on Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, bad.
No. They have to be earlier. So consideration and approval of prior meetings minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I hope this doesn't indicate how this whole meeting's going to go. On page 3 of the minutes, we start talking about we had a closed session put on the agenda by Commissioner Maestas. It was questioned as whether it should remain. I have a discussion. I am certain that that's not all I said because it doesn't flow properly. I had said that I do desire that it stayed on that issue stayed on that agenda. It then goes right into Commissioner Maestas changing the subject a little bit. There's some text missing, is my point, on page 3 between my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraphs down is my paragraph. 9 is Commissioner Maestas. He changes subject. There's more discussion that occurred right here. I believe Commissioner Vicente Aguilar also had some more to say. Anyway, the meeting minutes appear to be missing a few minutes of discussion.
Michael, how do we proceed on this? My take is it's hard for us to.
I don't think we can.
In the middle of the meeting.
Yeah, we can't approve it.
Commissioner Byrd, hang on one sec. Let me finish this thought and I'll go right to you. And I was thinking maybe Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar could just put down some notes to submit to amend the minutes. And we could do that at next week's meeting rather than fumbling around with it with all 5 commissioners and staff all sitting around. Would that work for you, Commissioner Byrd?
That's what I was going to suggest. We don't approve it. We just not do anything with it. Send it back to, maybe Carl can go back to the audio or something and pick up what was missed right there. Or maybe it was just.
I will do that, Commissioner. I will do that.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
Great to hear your voice again. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Carl. I saw your note suggesting that we go that way.
And thank you, Mr. Chair.
So do you want to move to table the minute approval for now?
I will move that the minutes not be approved at this meeting and postponed to a later date when they can be verified.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, under discussion, I do believe the meetings have to be approved within a certain time of the meeting. I thought it was 30 days per the Open Meetings Act, but Mike, can you clarify that?
Yeah, I was just actually looking that up, Commissioners. The meetings are draft minutes are supposed to be prepared within 10 working days after the meeting and are required to be approved, amended, or disapproved at the next meeting where the quorum is present. So I think the proper thing would be to do a vote to disapprove them, to bring them back next week. So I think the commission can do that. I would point out though that there's been a sort of a running issue about how specific our meeting minutes really need to be, and we've had some commissioners in the past request for verbatim transcripts essentially to be made of certain discussions. However, the Open Meeting Act requires as a minimum that the commission include only the date, time, and place of the meeting, the names of the members in attendance and those absent, the substance of the proposals considered, and a record of any decisions and votes taken that show how each member voted. So as it is, our minutes really are much more detailed than the Open Meetings Act requires. So in terms of whether these minutes meet the technical specifications of the Open Meetings Act, I think they do. So my suggestion would probably be that the commission vote to approve the minutes as they are, and then they could be amended at the next open meeting if more specificity is required.
And just just to finish my discussion on the Open Meetings Act and the style of the minutes, I don't think we should have verbatim minutes myself, unless it's a very sensitive or specific discussion where we do need verbatim minutes. So I'm happy with the way Carl is kind of characterizing and summarizing the discussion in lieu of verbatim. But I do agree that there probably is some major chunks of discussion missing from that part of the minutes. But I don't want to run afoul with Open Meetings Act. So I don't know, we have a motion on the floor and a second, and we're under discussion to not take action. And I think what Mike is saying is that we should take action.
We could withdraw the motion in the second to disapprove and entertain a new motion.
Yes, so it sounds like we've got potentially a motion to approve with agreement to amend if necessary at the next meeting. Is that correct, Mike? Is that what you're recommending?
That would be my recommendation, yes.
Okay, so moved.
But I didn't hear a withdrawal of the main maker of the motion. I heard the person that made the second.
I can't
think
even
it was
remember.
Commissioner Byrd, I think, is the one that.
Byrd.
Yes. Yeah, and I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And if I seconded that, I'll withdraw that.
Okay. We don't need to vote on that, I presume.
On the withdrawal of the motion, correct. You do not need. No.
Okay, so now we have a motion that or proposed motion that I'll repeat, which is we're going to approve the minutes
draft
and amend next week. Do we have that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I heard the word draft by somebody.
No, we didn't say that.
That was me.
Oh, okay. These would actually be approval. The draft minutes were prepared already and have been available if the member of the public were to request them in an IPR request. This would be approving the minutes as in compliance with the Open Meeting Act.
Okay. Got it.
Seems counterintuitive.
Was there a second to your motion, Mr. Chair? I'll second it.
So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Baestas. And Michael, would you read the motion and then call the roll?
Read the motion?
Yeah.
Reiterate it at least.
Oh, reiterate. Okay. My understanding, the motion is to approve the open meeting minutes for January 6, 2021, as submitted by our court. He's not a court reporter, official court reporter, but by Carl, and there's an informally this is subject to being amended at the next meeting.
Okay, is everybody
I'm not sure
clear?
if that was actually part of the motion, but
yes. Is everybody clear?
I think that's, yep.
Okay, so let's call the roll.
So Commissioner Byrd.
Aye. Yeah,
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman is hiding.
Nope, I said, oh, yeah. There.
I meant your paper was in front of you.
Yeah.
We clearly love each other. We drag these out as much as possible.
Yes, I know. Okay, Jeff, that's your black mark for the meeting. That one took too long. We're going to introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I don't have anybody on my list for introduction of special guests.
Okay, and public comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason again. I do not have anybody signed up for public comment. I do want to check in with Mike Smith just to confirm, because I typically get an email from your office, but I didn't this week, but I don't think anybody has signed up.
I do not have an email actually either.
And we are, if an email can be drafted and sent to my attention, we do have another public comment section that we could, or we used to anyway.
Actually, I did just receive.
Okay.
I did just receive a text from Isaac that we do not have any public comment signed up.
Okay, great. And just for clarification, Mike and commissioners, and it makes sense to me, the second public comment agenda item seems to be removed. And I just wanted to confirm that that's accurate moving forward.
I don't believe we made any, taken a vote or decided to make any change to that format. So,
in fact, I guess it's okay this week since nobody's signed up anyway, but
yeah.
maybe Mike, I guess we could figure that out. Just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation from Bonnie Lamond of Highview Power regarding energy storage technologies. And Jason, do you want to introduce and move it forward from here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. This has been an ongoing conversation and with Bonnie and her staff, and we just found an opportunity to piggyback on this meeting. I didn't realize it was going to be such a lengthy agenda. I apologize, but I think it seems to be of some interest to the Commission, and therefore I have made Bonnie a co-host. And so, Bonnie, if you could hear us, you should be able to share your screen.
Yes, can you all hear me?
We can hear you. If you want to try to share your screen, yep, so you can provide your presentation. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll have to defer to Bonnie to really do a better job at introducing the presentation itself. Not really my field of expertise, but I think it is of interest to the Commission.
Yeah, sure. So good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bonnie Lamond. I am with Highview Power. We are a liquid air energy storage company, so we are in the long duration energy storage space. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to present to you all today. I'll go pretty quickly because I know you guys have a packed agenda. So I am the U.S. Policy Regulatory and Regulatory Manager. I oversee policy developments as it's related to energy storage across the U.S. And today's agenda, I'll provide you all an overview of Highview's technology, the benefits it provides the system, and then short duration versus long duration energy storage and why both are needed on the system, and then some barriers that we're encountering and potential solutions that could help long duration energy storage companies really participate and develop on the grid. So Highview's technology, we are a technology provider and developer. We were founded in 2005. Our headquarters are in London, and we have offices in Alexandria, Virginia. We have commercially operating facilities in the UK and projects here in the US that are in late stage development. Our technology is easily sited on a small footprint, so we're not geographically constrained to a specific area. We can build our plant wherever it's needed on the grid. It's long lasting with a 30-year plus life. We use fully established supply chains and existing equipment from the power sector. It's clean and environmentally friendly. We don't use any water, and there's 0 emissions. And then lastly, it's safe. There's very low risk of fire hazard. So high level, how liquid air energy storage works. The first part of the process, the charge portion, is derived from the industrial gas sector. We use a large air liquefier, which takes ambient air and cools it down to around -196 Celsius, at which point the air then turns from a gas to a liquid. And then this liquid air is stored in above ground tanks. And then when the electricity is needed to be discharged, we pump the liquid air to high pressure and reintroduce the heat to expand the liquid air back into a gas. This process turns a turbine, which then pushes out the electricity back out on the grid. Additionally, we also recover the waste heat and cold from the process to increase our efficiencies. So this slide shows you all a rendering of what a 50 megawatt, 400 megawatt hour facility looks like. This site, oh, I'm getting some feedback. Sorry about that. This site requires approximately 4 acres of land. And then on the right side, you can see our pilot plant down at the bottom at Heathrow. This was a 350 kilowatt, 2.5 megawatt hour to prove the technology. Then we also have a demonstration plant up and running in Manchester, and that is a 5 megawatt, 15 megawatt hour plant. We also have another plant that's broke ground in Manchester. It's a 50 megawatt plant. So this is what it'll look like, 4 acres. So this slide shows you all, I wanted to just put our technology into the context of other storage technologies. So we're situated in the high power, long duration space. So beyond the 4 hours that you guys typically probably see with batteries, and then above 25 megawatts. So we're talking utility scale, large scale energy storage. And the real differentiator between liquid air and incumbent bulk storage, such as pumped hydro or case compressed air energy storage, is that liquid air is comprised of above ground components, like I previously mentioned, which essentially means we can leverage the locational value of storage, so we can site it just about anywhere the grid needs it. So some of the benefits of liquid air energy storage, it provides the flexible, clean, firm capacity at low cost. It reduces renewable energy curtailment, and this is going to become increasingly more important as more and more solar and wind come online. It maximizes clean megawatt hour delivered to load and helps manage congestion on the lines. It also provides synchronous benefits for grid stability and the resiliency needed for system faults. And then last but not least, Hy-View's technology is going to require similar skill set from the existing power sector in the construction and operations. And I know that this is an extremely important matter as New Mexico looks to, start decommissioning its fossil plants, coal and gas. Where do those lost jobs go? Hy-View's plant is perfect, fills the niche. So long duration versus short duration energy storage. So I think it's key for everybody to understand that storage diversity is going to really drive the decarbonization. Short duration storage is really great, and it's helping drive this early decarbonization we're seeing. We all know that batteries have a lot of momentum right now, and there's a big push to deploy them. But batteries aren't going to be enough. In order to get to the 100% carbon free by 2045 that New Mexico is aiming to strive towards, long duration energy storage is going to be needed as part of the system portfolio. In fact, actually just yesterday, the Energy Storage Research Director at the Department of Energy just stated that as penetration of renewable energy generation continues to increase, incremental solutions will no longer be sufficient, and that long duration energy storage is urgently required. So this is great for long duration energy storage capabilities because they're now being recognized federally as a very important component to the grid. However, there's still specific policy support needed for long duration energy storage companies. So that moves me into my next slide. So some of the barriers that long duration energy storage companies are seeing are regulations and market rules are outdated, as in they're designed for conventional generation or shorter duration energy storage technologies that we're seeing today, i.e. lithium ion, as well as the market incentives. They favor these types of technologies as well. What long duration companies ultimately would like to see is congressional and state support for long duration. And that could be in the form of energy storage mandates, inclusive of language specific for long duration storage. Also, the valuation of long duration storage in utility resource planning processes, as well as resource adequacy constructs, procurement mechanisms specific to long duration energy storage. So we're already seeing this in California. Recently, the utilities there and the CCAs issued RFPs for long duration. So energy storage beyond the 8 hours, which is great for companies like us. And then lastly, pilot programs are also great for states or utilities that may need to still get comfortable with long duration capabilities prior to deploying the larger megawatt facilities. So I breezed through that and for the sake of time, but if you guys have any questions regarding Highview Power or long duration energy storage in general, I'm happy to answer them.
So commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bonnie. What pressure is this system running at? What pressure is the air going to be running at?
So I actually have Richard Riley on the call too. He's the product manager for Highview. And Richard, can you hear?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. So he'll go ahead and answer that question.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so the key here is that the storage pressure is relatively low. So we're not storing at anything above 15 bar, which is what allows us to do it safely in site constructed tanks above ground. The peak pressure within the process is only transient to when the system is discharging, and is in the range of about 150 bar, but is contained to relatively small volume pipe work. The large volume storage is at a much lower pressure.
Yeah, so it isn't terribly high, like destructive levels.
Correct.
What about contaminants in the air as you compress it? Do you have to clean the air in any manner before you start using it?
Yeah, so there's typical kind of mechanical filtration that you would see on the front of a gas turbine, or indeed the front of an air separation unit in the industrial gas sector. So that will take out the large particulates. And then the only other treatment is a dryer system that will remove moisture and carbon dioxide, which would ice up in the exchanges. Again, typically used in industrial gas air separation units. So very well understood process.
Yep. Okay, that was my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other commissioner questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall, go ahead.
So, yeah, I wanted to understand the purpose of the gas turbines. Is that just one source of energy which is intended to be stored, or is that the necessary form of energy to drive the process, or what's the role of gas? If that could be explained a little more.
There's no gas in this system. I mentioned gas merely as an analogy for the kind of filtration you would see on this system. So the rotating machinery is variously motor-driven compressors, which are driven by electrical energy from the grid. So that's electrical input energy. And then on the other end of the system, you have an expander, which is actually a steam turbine model, but it's running on dry air instead of steam. So it will look like a small axial steam turbine. There's no gas or combustion in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioner questions? Okay, I have just a couple quick ones. When we're talking long duration storage, could you give a couple of examples specifically where you would see this being deployed, where existing technologies would not be capable of being deployed?
Absolutely. So a typical example would be a gas peaker, say a 50 megawatt gas peaker. Typically, the sort of value of long duration is in resource adequacy. So the first few hours of storage are valuable for moving energy around. And then the longer the duration, the more valuable it is in terms of covering contingencies. So there's quite a strong relationship between duration and the equivalency of storage to firm capacity as you would see it on a fully dispatchable unlimited system like a gas turbine. So this would typically look to replace peaking somewhere close to load, for example, where footprint is perhaps constrained, and longer durations are required in order to see through any kind of contingency events and ensure that you can treat that system as firm capacity. That would be one typical example. It also works well when integrating renewables, particularly wind, where you have long durations or long periods of no wind and then long periods of wind. It works well with solar when paired with batteries to get through the longer nighttime period as well. So those are a few examples.
And then in terms of really long-term storage, like seasonal, would it have any applications there or not?
This typically, I think in the future, we will probably refer to this as a medium duration technology. Okay. So it will do maybe several days, but it's not going to be doing seasonal duty.
And then in terms of the project that you're doing, that's in construction, if I understood correctly, it's 50 megawatts, 400 megawatt hours. Was that what I heard?
The UK system is actually 250 megawatt hours. So it's a 5-hour system, which is basically driven by the UK's current resource adequacy rules.
I didn't quite hear all that. Could you repeat that answer, please? Maybe a little louder and more slowly.
Absolutely. The duration or the duration of the UK project that is in construction is 5 hours. So 250 megawatt hours, and that duration is driven by the resource adequacy rules that exist in the United Kingdom.
And my final question is cost. Have you, penciled out relative cost versus battery storage and projections of future battery storage costs?
Yes, absolutely. And typically we see that the real crucial factor is the cost of the energy component, the tanks in our case, and the cells in the case of batteries. And obviously, if you extend your duration, then that component becomes an important part of your overall cost. And we're seeing that at today's cost, we're starting to break even with batteries at about 5 to 6 hours. And we project costs coming down in a similar manner to any new technology being deployed. We typically look to the behavior of CCGTs when they were first introduced. And we see that we maintain an advantage over lithium ion in the sort of 6 to 8 hour range over the next 5 years.
Terrific, thank you. Any other commissioner questions?
I guess I would be curious, Mr. Chair, if where are projects located now that employ this technology?
Absolutely. So United Kingdom, obviously, and then we're developing projects across the US. So we have project under development in California, in Florida, Virginia, in Vermont, and we're also looking at projects in the southeast region and early stage development in the southwest.
Good. Well, thank you very much. It's very interesting.
Thank you very much for your time.
We're always excited to hear about new storage technologies because I think everybody understands that's the holy grail that gives us the flexibility we need on the system. So terrific to hear about your technology.
And if you guys have any other questions, our contact information is below, so feel free to reach out to us.
Great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to consent action items. Are anyone ready to move the consent items?
So moved.
I'll move as presented and amended.
Okay. Second.
I'm going to take, since he was so thorough,
Yes.
I'm going to say that Commissioner Byrd gets to be the motioner, and Commissioner Hall, you get to be the second.
I have no problem with that.
Just live with it, okay?
I want to move it forward.
And, any further discussion? Micah, please take the roll.
Commissioners, this vote, excuse me, this vote is on consent action items, which consist of case 19-00235 TRM in the matter of the application of Superior Ambulance Inc. Service Inc. for reissuance of certificate number 8616 to provide ambulance service. Case 18-00103 UT in the matter of the filing of applications for broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rules 17, 11, 10, 31 NMAC. An undocketed case in the matter of the application of Arcadian Infracom 1 LLC for a certificate of registration to provide competitive local exchange telecommunications services within the state of New Mexico. Case 20-00069 UT in the matter of the adoption of an immediate emergency rule prohibiting the disconnection of residential customer public utility service during the time period of the governor's executive orders 2020-004 through 2020-0010. And to clarify, this is a potential order on PNM's motion for variance, not the general rule. Case 21-00016 in the matter of ETC designations for Federal Rural Digital Opportunity Fund grantees. Case 20-00086 UT in the matter of the verified petition of Sierra Communications Inc. as a competitive local exchange carrier for designation as an eligible telecommunications carrier for limited purpose. And that is the end of the consent action items. I will take the roll. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the consent action items I read are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, moving on, we moved item 7 to the top of the regular action items agenda, and that's case 15-00327 UT, the application of New Mexico Gas Company. And Michael, this is yours.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to get my documents up on the screen. Commissioners, this is an application for a variance filed by New Mexico Gas Company. New Mexico Gas Companies indicates that it seeks to establish a COVID-19 relief fund to help residential and small commercial customers pay their bills during the pandemic. Gas Company states that it intends to fund the relief fund with an approximate amount of $1.2 million principally by reallocating to New Mexico Gas Company shareholder contributions, which are required under the stipulation and final order in this case, which approved the transfer of gas company to Amera U.S. Amera. I'll just say Amera because there's a variety of different entities of Amera. Those contributions would be supplemented with an additional $300,000 in gas company shareholder funds. Gas company states it would not seek recovery of those amounts from the ratepayers. The two funds which gas company is stating it would shift the money from, it would reallocate the money from, were established by the stipulation in this case. Paragraph 18B required gas company to establish at shareholder expense a matching fund of $10 million with a 5-year life for the purpose of extending natural gas infrastructure to communities in New Mexico. New Mexico Gas Company indicates that as of the date of its motion, the matching fund had approximately $500,000 that had not yet been allocated to expansion projects, and that there were currently applications for the use of the full $500,000 of remaining funds. Because there was the 5-year expiration date for that fund was approaching, gas company is proposing to reallocate $300,000 from the matching fund to the COVID-19 fund. Because the 5-year expiration, I wrote that twice. Gas company acknowledges that while reallocating the funds from the matching fund would not directly further the intended purpose of extending natural gas infrastructure, it does argue that the use of those funds in the COVID-19 fund would benefit communities across New Mexico Gas Company's service territory. New Mexico Gas Company suggests that it would retain $200,000 in the matching fund for the original purpose of promoting the extension of natural gas infrastructure to currently underserved or unserved areas in New Mexico. The second fund that would have funds reallocated was established by paragraph 18C of the stipulation, and that required New Mexico Gas Company to contribute within 5 years of the closing of its acquisition of gas company, $5 million in shareholder funds to fund an economic development fund, the purpose of which was to further economic development projects or programs throughout the state of New Mexico. Gas company indicates that it has contributed approximately $4.4 million out of the economic development fund, and that the funds from that fund have been distributed to groups, organizations, educational institutions, and business and innovation labs to promote economic development activities in New Mexico. New Mexico Gas Company asserts that approximately $600,000 of that economic development fund has not yet been granted to specific programs or projects. Gas Company is proposing to reallocate the remaining balance of that fund to fund the COVID-19 relief fund to help residential and small commercial customers pay their bills during the pandemic.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Miles.
It would be great if Mike could share his screen. That way other folks can follow along. So if he can share the order and maybe just use his cursor as he's going through the order.
I'm actually not set up to do that.
Is there any way, Jason, can you do that? Can you assist Mike where needed?
Yeah, I can assist in sharing my screen. If Mike, you want to email me the documents that you'd like for me to present.
Jason, don't you have the e-agenda where you can just access the document on the hot link in the e-agenda?
Jason,
I do not.
Jason does not receive our memos to the commissioners because that's outside the scope of attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I just said just go ahead and proceed, but as a matter of practice, I think we need to be very mindful and sensitive to folks that are participating in this, but can't speak. At least we owe them the courtesy to at least share the documents that we're discussing. If it's not the memo, maybe the order, Mike, because the order has the same language as the memo. So maybe we ought to share that instead of the memo itself. Just a recommendation going forward.
Okay, we can try and do something with that moving forward. Sorry, I have to find my screen again now.
So Michael,
You're on number 10.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to find where I was. Okay, New Mexico Gas Company argues that reallocating the economic development funds is appropriate for a variance because it would continue to fulfill the original purpose of the economic development fund, but instead would do so by helping business and residential customers pay their gas bills. Assisting small commercial customers with their gas bill will help businesses stay open and free up money to be spent in other areas of the economy. I'm reading from their application. Assisting residential customers with their gas bills will increase their ability to pay for other pressing needs and also spur economic activity during these trying times. It will also help decrease the amount of bad debt that New Mexico Gas Company will experience as a result of COVID-19, which bad debt ultimately will be included in a future rate case filing and passed along to customers. The proposed order that you have is based on accepting the suggested reallocation from New Mexico Gas Company. The one suggestion that I did have for the commission in the event that it chooses to accept these proposed reallocations is that New Mexico Gas Company indicated that it had $200,000 remaining in the matching fund, which it would retain for the purpose of meeting the original purpose of extending natural gas infrastructure. Excuse me, the proposal that I was making to the commission was that the commission include a ordering paragraph providing that in the event that any of the additional $200,000 remaining in the matching fund is not expended prior to the 5-year expiration of that fund established under the terms of the stipulation, those remaining funds should also be reallocated to the COVID-19 relief fund.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hall.
I'm not sure if Michael's finished, but I think that's a good suggestion. Is that part of your recommendation, Mike?
Yes, well, and
okay, yes, I see.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is essentially a public interest determination for the commission, public policy determination of whether the purpose of that the funds were originally allocated for would be substantially met such that the commission would agree it should be reallocated to the COVID-19 relief fund.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner discussion or comments?
Mr. Chair, I'm the newbie coming in at the tail end of this 5-year effort, but I looked through the list of projects where natural gas infrastructure was extended primarily throughout rural New Mexico, and there were a substantial number of projects in my district. So I really thank the gas company for doing that. And I'd like to, I thought I read that there were no projects pending, and that's why these balances are being reallocated. However, if $200,000 is still going to be set aside for natural gas infrastructure expansion, I'd ask, I'm not sure we can dictate, but I'd ask that the gas company perhaps try and equitably distribute the remainder of that if they have other projects in mind across the state to expend that. But I do support the spirit. If it's not expended, then the balance would go to the COVID relief fund. So I'm applauding the effort. I'd like to see an equitable distribution of the remainder of funding for infrastructure expansion and support their efforts to add to the COVID relief fund. That's all I had.
Other commissioner comments?
Well, Mr. Chair, in general, I support the whole concept of devoting the available funds from the matching fund and from the, let's see.
Just point of order, I think we need to make a selection on that Part B, or I'm sorry, Part A, that we amend the order to grant the application and indicate that it is in the public interest, because I think Mike Smith gave us that option in the order. Is that correct, Mike?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the option that I wrote in there was first whether the commission chose to grant the variance. They termed it as a modification or variance. I think it's really a modification, but is whether the commission finds that it is or is not in the public interest to grant the variance or modification or not. And then the second option would be whether to insert the that I suggested about the $200,000 remaining in the matching fund.
So Commissioner Hall, would you please continue?
Yes. Well, I just wanted to say I support the proposition to contribute matching funds, and then the other 600,000 from, I forget what fund that's in, toward the COVID relief effort. And I also agree with Mike's suggestion that in the event the remaining $200,000 in the matching fund cannot be spent on natural gas infrastructure for some reason, or there are no more projects, then that also be contributed to the COVID relief effort. So I'd be glad to make that motion and to approve the suggested variance with the language suggested by Michael Smith for the additional remaining $200,000 if it cannot be spent on infrastructure. So that's a
I'll
motion.
second that.
Thank you. Got a motion from Commissioner Hall, a second from Commissioner Maestas. Any further commissioner discussion? I see a light on, but I don't know who it is. Okay. Was that you, Commissioner Byrd?
Nope. No, my light's always on though. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's a rumor anyway.
Oh, the light's on. Nobody's home.
Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order on New Mexico Gas Company's application is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Mr. Chair.
And yes.
I would just like to say I appreciate New Mexico Gas Company's efforts to find more funds to apply to the COVID relief issue. I mean, they get up to $900,000 with this motion, with this action, and if the additional $200,000 aren't spent, then that's $1.1 million, and I think that's very commendable. Just wanted to say that. That's it.
Thank you, and I imagine all the commissioners feel the same way. Certainly I do. So thank you, Commissioner Hall, for letting New Mexico Gas know that their efforts are appreciated.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Maestas.
I just had a point of order. Again, I am the new guy here, but I've noticed that we have the same order of votes on every single action item, and I think it's a bit unfair to the commissioners that are always at the top of the deck there. If we're approaching an issue that could be sensitive and evenly split, the folks that vote at the end of that rotation or the end of that order have the benefit to see how the votes are falling. So in every single governing body that I've ever been a part of, the order is always changing. The order is always changing to make sure that, and not any one commissioner has the benefit to see the trends in how the votes are coming. So I would ask maybe going forward that we explore changing our procedure and change the order with each and every vote to kind of eliminate that situation from happening. I see that most of us, most of our actions are, almost unanimous, but I think in the spirit of running these meetings, I would like to see the order changed with every single vote as we proceed through the meeting.
Commissioner Maestas, I think your point is well taken. I'm thinking, since you seem to have a very strong procedural focus, that it might not be a bad idea for you to list these modifications to our procedure as a proposal that we can vote on as a commission. I think your ideas are all really good. Procedurally, I tend to be pretty relaxed, so you're a good counterpoint to me. And I think that getting those just formally on a list that we as a commission can vote on, because just about everything you bring up, I hear it makes sense, and it's kind of a let's do it, but we're kind of hitting it informally here, and maybe just a formal motion or resolution or whatever, however Mike and OGC tell us how to do it, we can incorporate them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As long as you don't appoint me as the parliamentarian, I'm okay with that.
Well, informally, it's too late.
So moved.
There, you appointed yourself.
Second. It's not on the agenda. We didn't notice it. We can't really do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for hearing me out.
Commissioner Hall, did you have a comment?
Well, yes, I totally agree. I think it would be great to get his input, but I also think we should not try to discourage him from recognizing things as they pop up, because, I wouldn't want to exclude any opportunity to benefit from his expertise.
Yeah, no, the idea is not to exclude those comments. I just want to get it. We're kind of doing catch as catch can. And Commissioner Maestas is pointing these out. I just want to make sure we can
give him an opportunity to
get an official vote on it and give OGC a chance to know exactly what to work on. So all the input is completely appreciated and fine hearing it as we go.
Yeah. Okay.
So on to transportation matters. 20-00200, the application of CSI Medical Flight Services for a certificate to provide ambulance services. And this is Christopher and Judith and Hans. So one of you, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Fishman, fellow commissioners. On October 16th, 2020, CSI Medical Flight Services, LLC applied for a certificate to provide ambulance service. Notice was then put on the PR website on October 20th, and on November 9th, 2 protests were filed by Albuquerque Ambulance Service and American Medical Response Ambulance Service. The case was then referred to hearing examiner Christopher Ryan. On January 8th, 2021, both protesting parties filed notices of withdrawal of their protest, indicating settlement had been reached regarding the territory for CSI. On January 19th, 2021, hearing examiner Ryan recommended the application be reassigned to staff and treated as uncontested. On January 22nd, 2021, Jason Montoya then filed an amended recommendation based on their review, recommending conditional approval of the certificate based on applicants submitting a satisfactory Form E, vehicle list, inspection form, daily and annual inspection routine, and satisfactory preventive maintenance program documentation to complete their application. My proposed order that I have put before the commission, however, would be to grant or essentially commemorate the territorial endorsement recommended by the Transportation Division only, and not grant the conditional certificate at this time until the completed application is reviewed by the Transportation Division. The statute under 65-2A-18 is quite specific as to a motor carrier shall not operate on the highways without having filed with the commission proof of financial responsibility. Once that is filed and the application is complete and reviewed by the Transportation Division, I can then bring this back on consent to issue the certificate at that time. So my proposed order would essentially adopt the staff's amended recommendation with respect to the recommendation for conditional approval of the territorial endorsement to the applicant. Hearing examiner Christopher Ryan's recommended decision would be approved and adopted as part of the order. And we are going to give the applicant CSI 90 days from the filing of the order to file the remaining items necessary to complete their application, including the Form E. And we are conditionally granting the territorial endorsement to provide advanced level care ambulance service transporting patients arriving on CSI Aviation aircraft between points and places in Bernalillo County, specifically from Albuquerque International Airport and Double Eagle Airport to receiving medical facilities in Albuquerque. The applicant shall not at this time operate on the highways of the state without having filed the commission proof of financial responsibility and a certificate of service from the commission. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioner,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah.
Quick question. I noticed that you're giving them approval from two airports, Double Eagle and the Sunport, but you're only approving location at the Sunport. Did they not request location storage at Double Eagle for an ambulance?
Let me double check that, Commissioner, or if Jason is aware.
Because it would make sense to me that they would have one stored at both locations.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this applicant actually only listed one stationing point, which they would then deploy their ambulance service to that airport and pick up their passengers and transport them to points and places as described.
Okay. My reading of this was that they were going to have their pilot also be able to drive, so that all they do is transfer crew and personnel, patient, to the ambulance and continue the service to whatever facility. Do they know that they won't be able to have an ambulance there to do that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in our discussions, they are aware that the ambulance itself is to be stationed as requested in their own application.
Okay. As long as they understood that they couldn't have it over there.
And Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners, Hans, the applicant is also on today's call. So they are listening in on this as well.
Can we have them answer that? Is that okay, Mike?
Hi, this is Haley Adams. I'm counsel for CSI Medical Flight Services, and I have my client, David Orick, is also on this Zoom call. He's the Vice President of Administration for CSI Aviation, which is the owner of CSI Medical Flight Services. And I'll allow him to answer the question directly, but I think he's just going to confirm what Mr. Montoya has said, which is that the applicant only applied for the one stationing point.
So, Mr. Chair,
Well, since
is Mike Smith going to respond?
since you had a
Sorry, I had my mute on. I didn't realize.
Let's let Commissioner.
yeah, let Mike answer.
Yeah, okay,
I was
go
actually
ahead.
going to ask Hans to confirm for me that is this an unopposed application at this point?
No.
That it is essentially, we have to adopt the hearing examiner's recommended decision in order the recommended decision is that this be put back to staff as uncontested, Mike. So, but we don't have, until I have that in this order, technically that status is not confirmed.
So is there?
I believe Superior, it says Superior did intervene.
That is
Or
correct.
Albuquerque.
Both they intervened, but then they subsequently withdrew their protest intervention.
Okay. I just want to make sure they're aware that they're limiting themselves to the one airport, even though they're asking from both. It seems like they would need to be able to store an ambulance at both.
To the extent that the question is only that they understand that that they will comply with whatever the commission's order is, I don't think that's a problem. If we're going to be getting into testimony that needs to change the commission's order, then we start having problems.
Okay.
Other commissioner comments, questions?
So I'd like to hear the explanation from the applicant then.
Sure, let me see. I can see him. I just can't hear him. So let me see if I can.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is David Orheck from CSI Aviation. I'm the Vice President of Administration. Thank you for having me. Thank you for considering our application. I didn't want to interrupt the discussion. It is accurate that we intend to stage the ambulances and maintain them out of the Sunport location, the address on Clark Carr loop that was in the application. We do bring patients into both Double Eagle and the Sunport, and occasionally we would want to transport a patient off a CSI aircraft arriving at Double Eagle, but the ambulance would be staged there before that happened. It's not that we would have a base of operations or that they would be maintained at Double Eagle. Does that clarify the question or answer the question?
It does. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, does that answer the question for you?
Yes, it's fine. Thank you.
Any further questions, discussion? Anyone prepared to make a motion? I'll move.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mike, please take the roll. And do it upside down this time.
So actually, I'm using an online randomizer.
Whoa!
He's got to put himself on video if he's going to be upside down.
I want to see that.
So the first person who gets it is Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. I got the last vote again. We'll fix it the next vote.
I see no good deed goes unpunished in this outfit.
Well, it's been mild so far. Hang on. Okay. On to item number 9. Yes. The matter of the temporary moratorium on residential utility disconnections during the time of the COVID-19 20-00205-UT. And Judy, I think this is yours.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today upon the January 6th, 2021 temporary order prohibiting disconnection of residential customer utility service, which issued a temporary order instituting and continuing the moratorium on disconnections of residential customer utility service for a temporary period between January 6th, 2021 and January 27th, which is today, 2021, due to the governor's executive orders related to the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, subsequent to the and pursuant to the January 6th or temporary order, the commission last Tuesday on January 19th conducted a public workshop where it received comments from the investor-owned electric utilities, an investor-owned gas utility, some smaller gas utilities, some rural electric cooperatives, the New Mexico Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and various public interest groups. All the comments received related to what the commission should do going forward from today. And should it reissue the temporary order continuing moratoriums on disconnections? Should it set a date certain that would stop? Should it have a transition period? What would the transition period look like? In addition, in this docket, we've received, besides those verbal comments at the public workshop, we received numerous written comments. There are 3 proposed orders, and all of them are reasonable and within the legal authority of the commission. It's for the commission to determine which one is most suited to balance the interests of ratepayers and the utilities. First, Commissioner Maestas had the most detailed order, so I will randomly decide to do Commissioner Maestas's last, and I will go to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar first. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar proposed that for all utilities, IOUs, small water, and co-ops, that the commission should extend the mandatory temporary moratorium on disconnects for 120 days from today, which would be May 27th. Or earlier if the governor's executive public health order expires or terminates earlier than May 27th. But assuming that the governor's orders do not expire prior to that day, then after May 27th, the transition period for all utilities would begin, and utilities have expressed at the public workshop the act for a 60-day transition period. And that all customers with arrears should be offered a 2-year repayment plan that would begin at the end of the transition period. So that is.
Judith,
yes.
Could you repeat that last thought? There was some interference and I couldn't understand what you were saying there.
Okay, sorry. During at the end of the, starting now, all customers with arrears will be offered a 2-year repayment plan that would begin at the end of the transition period. Okay, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar also recommended approval of a letter to the New Mexico federal delegation requesting support of New Mexico COVID relief funds to cover utility customers' arrears, which I did draft a proposed letter, and that is part of this agenda item. So there would need to be 2 votes, a vote on the order and a vote on the letter. We'll get to the letter later. Next, Commissioner Fishman proposed for all utilities.
No, Madam, excuse me, what I called Judith.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we were talking, but I really hadn't intended to make a proposal. I'm perfectly happy working from the proposals that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and Commissioner Maestas put forward, and it might simplify our conversation.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'll go on to just to add that Commissioner Byrd in order was adopted by the commission would like to insert a paragraph or sentence that states that customers have a responsibility to contact utilities and enter into payment plan arrangements. In addition, utilities need to have phone lines with people available to give customers the proper information about the installment plans. So that was a request that Commissioner Byrd had inserted into any order. Now we will go to, unless there's any questions, first, I was going to go to Commissioner Maestas's order. Okay, hearing no questions, I will just go to the nuts and bolts of it, which are that a temporary mandatory moratorium on disconnections of residential utility customers should be in effect from the date of this order today, lasting until the termination or expiration of the governor's public health orders, but no later than, hold on. The end of the transition periods designated herein. And if the date or termination, if the date of termination or expiration of the governor's public health orders precedes the ends of the transition periods, for the remainder of the transition period, the utilities are consenting to a continued moratorium on disconnections until the end of the transition period. And at the end of the transition period, the utilities may begin disconnections. So with that in mind, Commissioner Maestas proposes that the mandatory moratorium should continue January 27th, today, until March 16th, 2021. And there's different, there are different time periods for the transition periods subsequent to March 16th. So for the electric IOUs and the gas companies with over 100,000 meters, the transition period would be 90 days from March 16th, 2021. For small water and small gas utilities, it would be 30 days from March 16th, 2021. And for rural electric cooperative 1. The order also states that all utilities regulated by the Public Regulation Commission shall make immediate, continual, reasonable, and persistent efforts to hold on. To enter into installment agreements with all residential utility customers who have arrearages. And the minimum repayment period of those installment agreements, the minimum, not the maximum, would be until the next LIHEAP winter moratorium, which is November 15th, 2021. But they are permitted to extend as long as needed for customers to be able to fulfill the terms of their own particular installment agreement. Installment agreements shall not begin until after the transition period ends. Fees shall be waived during the term of the installment agreement, and all public utilities shall be entitled to book customers' arrears accrued during the transition period as a regulatory asset in case number 20-00069, including late fees not collected. And I think that's all the nuts and bolts of this, of Commissioner Maestas's order, but I will open it up to Commissioner Maestas to add anything that I might have missed.
Thanks, Judy, for that randomization in choosing orders to discuss. I'm not going to restate what you stated, but I believe my order is balanced. It reflects the input that we heard during the workshop. It is sensitive and considers the dire situation that co-ops are in from an operational standpoint and a deferred maintenance standpoint. It is nested between the end of the LIHEAP, the current LIHEAP winter moratorium on disconnections, and the beginning of the next one. And so it considers the non-LIHEAP customers and provides those protections between those LIHEAP moratoriums. It also, I believe, is fair in allowing the utilities the discretion and the time to work out repayment plans, because I think we heard that loud and clear, that each repayment plan is germane and customized only to that particular customer. And I think we heard that loud and clear. And so it's setting a minimum repayment plan. That way there is some level of certainty on the part of customers with arrearages that they'll have at least until November 15th. And so I think it makes sense. We're trying to integrate it with the LIHEAP winter moratoriums. I think we're wisely using the concept of transition periods to extend the moratorium. And of course, we only have an authority to mandate the moratorium as long as the public health orders are in place. But at the end of the transition periods, I think that would represent a departure from the mandatory moratorium or a moratorium from the public health orders by the governor. So I think it's very well balanced, and I hope my colleagues would consider it. And I do want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, for putting forth her order. So thank you, Judy. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes. Yes, the last workshop regarding the moratorium, we heard from many individuals from the utility companies, and yes, we were all available to listen in. But we have to go a step further. Do you travel through the mountains where people are living in unstable conditions? Do you travel in high mesas where people are still hauling water. We have to look beyond the individuals that commented for our open meeting. And that is what is so unique about representing an elected official to speak for the people that drives through the mountains, through high mesas, through the valleys. And people tell me, and many families have told me, that they have to pay a fee of an overdraft to the banks in high numbers within the last 6 to 8, 9 months. People are struggling, and they put the word please in front of their comments when I travel or if I talk to them over the phone. And I'm abiding by the safety standards, the health issues. The only thing I can do is that I remember where these people live. I remember which community meetings they go to. I remember their voices. And that's how I submitted my recommendations so that Judy can create the proposals on the agenda. So I'm speaking from the grassroots level, and the Navajo Nation employees for the Navajo Nation government, they are still working from home. And we face a time where we really don't know the true answers. We face a time where we are looking at our bills 30 days at a time. And we've heard from the utility companies, we would like a structured system, the moratorium date, and the transition guidelines. I understand that, but I am a human being. We don't know where we will be at in June 2021. We hope for the better. We pray for the better. But the crisis continues to take the death toll in New Mexico. So that's where my recommendations come from, and I just wanted to share that with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. If there aren't, if you can hold comments, maybe the best thing here is, Judy, for you to quick overview the differences in Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's proposal from Commissioner Maestas.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I've been sort of doing that because, you know, I like both. I like aspects of both proposals, but I wanted to see if we could reach a compromise between them. So I've been sort of creating a chart for myself here, and I wondered if you'd just indulge me while I compare them and make suggestions as I go.
That's fine, but be open to Judy. If you hear something that's misinterpreted, Judy, feel free to
correct.
Correct.
Yeah, please correct me if I'm not getting it right. But
go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
So the first item would be how much more time the mandatory period extends, and I believe in Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's proposal, it would be for 120 days or earlier if the health orders expire. And for Maestas' proposal, it would be until March 16th, which from approximately right now, from the end of this month, that's 45 days approximately. So the 121 days mandatory versus 45 days mandatory. And the Vicente Aguilar proposal applies to all utilities, IOUs, small water and co-ops. And the Maestas proposal ends at March 16th as for the mandatory timeframe. So I think it applies to everything as well then. So then the transition period under Vicente Aguilar's proposal is 90 days.
Commissioner Hall, the only thing I would add, and I have a very unstable internet. So it seems like sometimes if I start the video, my sound starts to get strange. But anyway, so let me know.
You may want to turn off your video. We'd be fine with that, Judy, if that works better.
Right. Well, I guess as long as I don't start sounding like I'm underwater, let me know. Let me know if I do. But I think you're right insofar as the mandatory portion of Commissioner Vicente-Aguilar's would be until 120 days, which is May 27th, and Commissioner Maestas would be more like 45 days until March 16th. After that, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar utilities the same during the transition period, while Commissioner Maestas's order has a two-tiered transition period. For small waters, small gas, and electric co-ops, their transition period would be shorter. It'd be 30 days, and then those smaller entities could start disconnects. While the larger and maybe more financially endowed utilities, such as investor-owned utilities and large gas utilities over 100,000, would have a transition period of 90 days.
Correct. Thank you. And if I was starting to misspeak, I'm sorry. I was reading my notes wrong. But so if I could get back to it then, the total, if you combine the length of days of the mandatory time frame and the transition period, under Vicente Aguilar, it adds up to 180 days. Under Maestas, there are two periods. One is the mandatory 45 plus 90 days for the large companies and IOUs. So that adds up to 135 days for large companies, 75 days for the combination of mandatory and transition time is 70 days for the small companies and co-ops. So two options, well, it's just two different classifications under Maestas, 135 days for large companies, 75 for small. 180 days total for Vicente Aguilar. And then they both have repayment plans. Vicente Aguilar's is 2 years. Maestas is minimum 10 months from now, with late fees waived, and other details that I think we could merge. But to me, the main difference is the length of time that the mandatory period would extend before the transition begins, and then the splitting out of two categories of types of utilities for transition. And so I would propose, I would propose a longer mandatory time frame for the IOUs, and I think that's not inconsistent with a longer transition time for the IOUs that Commissioner Maestas prefers, but it also honors the concerns of Commissioner Vicente Aguilar that the mandatory time frame be lengthy for those utilities, but I would suggest that they be lengthier for, we maintain the length of the mandatory period of time for the companies that can best afford it, which are the IOUs. They have a much larger asset base. They have good neighbor funds. PNM has $4 million, combined with their good neighbor fund and then their shareholder fund. And I believe we heard Southwest Power Service say they have a good neighbor fund as well in a recent case. So I would propose something in the order of 100 days, 120 days, mandatory extension of our mandatory order for the IOUs and companies over 100,000 meters or less if the governor's executive orders are terminated. And then a range of, say, 45 to 60 days of maximum for the co-ops as their mandatory orders, to fall under a mandatory order from us before they begin their transition times. And then I believe the transition times should track Commissioner Maestas's proposed times. Again, 90 days for the large companies, 30 days for the smaller ones. I think there's concern on both commissioners' part that there be a reasonable period of time for repayment, 2 years by Vicente Aguilar and 10 months minimum for Commissioner Maestas. We could meet in the middle and make it, I don't know, 18 months. And I like Commissioner Fishman's suggestion of installment agreements with a payment of at least 30, some percentage of a current bill. And I would again split that with respect to large and small companies. I would say 30% of a large company's bill and maybe 40 or 50% of the small, or maybe even 60% of a small company's bill or co-op. Waive late fees under both circumstances, large and small companies. And for the IOUs who employ regulatory assets, I would permit that. And I don't recall whether our cases permit co-ops to use regulatory assets, but if they do, certainly they can use a regulatory asset as well. So, and I'm just proposing this as a compromise because I see merits in both proposals. I strongly feel that certainly for the large companies and IOUs who have the wherewithal to operate without risk of failure under mandatory provisions, I think that provides more security for our customers who are suffering and can't pay bills and are at risk. And otherwise, I think we need to discriminate between large companies and smaller companies who really need to have more immediate response from us and shortening their mandatory time frame in which they have to forbear from starting their transition period. So that's what I would propose.
So Commissioner Hall, just to be sure we've got your input clearly, how many are you making a proposal for? How many days are you proposing for the mandatory for the two categories? Just so we have that clear.
Well, and at this point, I think we could put items like that up for discussion, but I would propose something closer to the 120 days rather than 45 days, but it could be something, I would say between 90, 100 days, something like that.
So we've got mid-March.
Compromise.
So we've got mid-March proposed by Commissioner Maestas. We have end of May, if I recall correctly, by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. What's your suggestion for the date for the 100,000 meter guys.
Do you want me to
Mr.
set a
Chair,
date? I'm just saying a number of days. Let me see. So this is, okay, February, March, April. I'd say 100 days.
Okay, 100 days.
Maybe you should make it 115 days if you want it halfway through a month, you know.
This is 115 days to mandatory. This is the mandatory before you go into transition
Right, for large companies.
for large companies. Okay, and then how much for small you're proposing?
I would say in the range of 45 to 60 days. I guess we could say 50 days.
Okay, 50 days for small companies. And then in the transition period?
Let's say 60 days, make it simpler, or whatever, 50 days.
Okay,
Okay.
fine. And in the transition period? How long a transition period for the big guys and how long for the small guys?
For the big guys, you know, I'm sorry, I don't recall what I said earlier, but I was hoping that with this, if there was any concern between the two parties, I would say that we could discuss this, but I would say for the transition period, for the large companies, closer to 90 days, but yeah, closer to 90 days, or shorter if the health orders terminate.
Okay, transition 90 days for the big guys and how much for the smaller folks?
30 days.
Okay. Anything else that we need to note from your proposal?
Repayment plans,
18
I would
months.
say
18 month was your proposal?
18 months. And I would say, as you had suggested, 30% of current monthly bill for large companies, 50% for, or 60% for, let's say 55% for small companies and co-ops.
Okay. Other
Late fees waived under both circumstances.
So in Joe's proposal, late fees were to be included in a regulatory asset, and you're saying not to do that. Is that the right way to interpret what you're saying?
Oh,
Just
yeah,
the
I
regular
see.
bill and the regulatory asset?
Commissioner Fishman, I would just like to interject that the late fees can be requested to be a regulatory asset. That will be determined in the 20-0069 case.
Okay. But what I'm hearing from Commissioner Hall, and just to be sure we get this down clearly, do you want late fees to be requested, or do you want to just limit it to the actual original bills that can go into the regulated asset?
Well, my personal choice would be to just limit it to the original bills and waive the late fees.
Okay.
I believe we heard testimony just the other day in another case from at least from the AG's witness, I think, who had said that reg assets, in her opinion, should be used only for extraordinary circumstances and wow, and so and very sparingly. And I think under these circumstances, we need to be concerned more with the consumer's extraordinary circumstances.
Okay. Commissioner Byrd, any other commissioner thoughts on modifications?
Yeah,
I'm kind of working from Joe's version here. I think that might be the easiest way for us to go, and just using Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's as the the counterpoint. So I think Commissioner Hall framed it pretty nicely there. So anyway, other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. I understand Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's treat everybody equally. I like that proposal. However, the co-ops and small utilities did express concern. Their conditions are different, and they're not the same companies as the bigger ones. And so treating them differently does seem to fit their desire. I don't like the minimum of 10 months for the repayment. I do get the maximum, maybe 2 years to get your bill paid back down to your monthly. But a minimum, why do a minimum? If they can do it in 6 months, do we care if they do it in 6 months versus 24 months? So why have a minimum? I get, like I said, I understand a maximum, maybe 2 years. Also, I'm not sure about if you're only paying 60% of your bill or 30% of your bill, you're still accruing the debt. It's still getting bigger. You're never actually getting into paying your full bill. So I think we should put a time limit on how long they are allowed to pay a portion. Eventually they've got to start paying off the full bill plus making payments. So it seems like we need a time limit on how long they can do the portion bill, or they might take advantage of that situation long term. And then back to what I had recommended, which is that the customers be in some ways responsible. It sounded like, based on what we read on what companies are doing, XL, PNM, EPCOR, they're reaching out to customers that aren't making any payments, trying to get them to start a payment plan, at least acknowledge that they're going to have to make payments. But as Judy said, when we were talking about it, well, there's got to be some sort of mechanism that, because we also hear from customers that said they've tried to call. In fact, I just had that situation come up here in the last week. They've been trying to call their utility, but they keep getting an unanswered phone number. And so, the phone companies, excuse me, the utilities need to take some responsibility. And for instance is, if you call your bank and you're going to be on hold for an hour and a half, they will give you the option to enter a callback number, at which time an individual from them will call you back on the number you provide. Maybe our utilities need to look at implementing that kind of service on their customer service phone lines. So that's taking responsibility on their part to ensure that they are getting person-to-person contact with their customers. But if customers don't make the attempt, then at the end of the moratorium, I think they're subject to disconnect. They've got to make an attempt. They've got to talk to the utility and say, hey, I know I'm not paying, and it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to pay. Whatever the story is, everybody has their own story that needs to be dealt with. And the utilities have shown that they intend to work with anybody that will make that contact. And so I think we need some responsibility. The customer has to make contact and set up some kind of a schedule, even if it is, I cannot pay you until I get a job. That is a plan. I have a plan to pay you when I get a job, right? So whatever that is, that's on an individual basis. The utilities can work that out. So anyway, I think that's my comments at this time, unless I left something unclear.
So Commissioner Byrd, for clarification, you're saying they're subject to disconnect after the moratorium. Did you mean to say after the transition? Or was that what you meant, after the moratorium?
after the moratorium, because some people have, we're going in over a year now. Some people haven't made a single payment because of the winter moratorium. Then we went right into the emergency moratorium set out by the governor. Then now we're approaching a year when that happened, the end of March. So some of these people have been on for well over a year and have not made any contact. And I realize that number is probably 5 statewide. But if they haven't made any attempt, you know, when does the customer, or when does the utility say enough is enough? You've got a $2,000 bill that you're not making any effort for, right? So at the end of the moratorium, they're subject to disconnect because they've made no attempt to. That's my feel.
Okay. And just for clarification, and maybe Judy, you can answer this, is that the proposal that Commissioner Maestas, his proposal is that they're subject to turn off only after the transition? Or Joe, maybe you can answer that, just to be clear.
Yeah, it is. The moratorium extends through the transition period, but obviously it would remain mandatory if the governor's public health orders are still in effect throughout the transition period. But if the orders expire, then that remaining period within the transition period would be basically consensual on the part of the utilities. But I do want to state is the reason why I have the minimum repayment plan to November 15th is that's a soft landing for the low to moderate income or the LIHEAP eligible people. Keep in mind, the moratorium kicks in. The LIHEAP moratorium kicks in until mid-March of 2022. So it still offers that protection to vulnerable residents all the way until mid-March of next year, assuming they still can't pay their bills through a repayment plan. So it basically picks up that protection. And having different transition periods, I think, is consistent with what we heard, is that IOUs really should be treated differently than the co-ops and small utility companies. And they told us I think both IOUs and the small utility companies and co-ops says, we don't like blanket moratoriums. And I think that moving into this kind of more comprehensive order considers their situation, because I think that the situation of co-ops is quite tenuous right now. I think they're on the brink of laying people off and experiencing significant operational issues in carrying this debt. So that's really what my plan is about. But I'm open to maybe extending, the transition period and the moratorium for the IOUs. But I must say that I think the co-ops are in a much more dire situation, and so I'm less likely to agree to an extension of what I've proposed. But I am open.
Okay.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, I think that's all I have for now.
No, that's good. That clarifies for me. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, did you want to comment?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think we've heard good advices, good recommendations from all the commissioners. I like Commissioner Byrd by putting a time limit on their repayment plan. I like his recommendation about the callback for utility companies, because I happen to be a customer for bank. They said they usually have a recording. Thank you for contacting us. Please text your number and we will call you back. And I think that is a great idea for the utility companies to take advantage of. And I like all the versions that were stated by the commissioners. And Mr. Chairman, I think it may fall back to Judy's lap and give us a balance of all the issues, of all the concerns that were shared this morning. Maybe she can balance it. I don't know, but I just feel that we need to give some time to Judy to balance where we are with the discussion this morning and move forward.
Okay, I'll make a few comments here. First of all, I put out those suggestions about minimum payments, and I really don't think we should get that prescriptive. I think we just need to leave that to the utilities. It just gets too complicated. In theory, it has some merit. In practice, I'm not sure it's a great idea. So that's why I kind of pulled it from the table. And I think Joe and Teresa had done a great job in putting together the key elements. Secondly, I agree with Commissioner Hall that I don't think we should allow late fees to be included in a regulatory asset. I think we should just take the original bills. And to me, that feels more fair given the situation that we've got. And the late fees could get pretty horrendous. And I think we should just nix that. I know it's a little bit of a haircut for the utilities if we do that. But these folks are on the customer side hard enough. So I tend to agree with Commissioner Hall on that. In terms of the transition time, I agree with Commissioner Byrd that we really don't need to set a minimum because that's getting too prescriptive on the utilities, on the payback plans. Certainly, we should say that, open to 2 years or whatever. Comment to say that, hey, we're encouraging you to do long-term catch-up plans. Somehow that needs to be included. I also agree with Commissioner Maestas and that co-ops need a shorter transition time. They just don't have the financial wherewithal to wait it out the way that our IOUs do. So, quite frankly, cutting in the middle, for the co-ops, I'm actually pretty good with what Commissioner Maestas recommended. You might want to go to a 45-day transition instead of 30 if we want to extend it a little, but we shouldn't extend it very much, not on the transition, on the mandatory, excuse me. But we need to understand these guys are just going to run out of money.
Yeah.
And
I'm okay with 45. I'm okay with 45, yeah. For the mandatory? Isn't that what you're saying?
On the mandatory, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
no
Mr.
more
Chair,
than that.
on the transition periods, where do you
45
stand?
days.
Or excuse me, yeah, I meant on the transition period. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes.
And on the major utilities, I'm actually pretty comfortable with the 120 days, but we could go to 90 days if people felt that was right for the mandatory period. But I think those folks, they have the financial wherewithal to do that, and I would be fine with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's proposal there. But if we want to do 100 days or 90 days, I'm certainly open to that. A couple other items. I agree with Commissioner Byrd, great suggestion on the callback if the customers can't reach the utility. I think we need to include at the point that shutoffs are allowed, we need to ask for some reporting on how many shutoffs are occurring after the transition, just to be sure we got a handle on what's happening there. Make sense, Judy?
Commissioner Fishman, yes, that makes a lot of sense. You could even have that if you could have more kind of response if at some point the commission thought that the disconnects were getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Can everybody hear Judy? It came in very slow to me, like underwater.
So say that
Oh,
again.
she sounded great.
Yeah. Now she's moving faster. Can you repeat, Judy?
Jeff wants us to talk more slowly.
Not that slowly.
Go
Okay.
go ahead, Judy.
I turned off the video. Maybe it's better, but I was saying that you could even do smaller but more frequent reporting, like every week or every 2 weeks, so that the commission can stay on top of how many disconnects are occurring. Even just a short one pager from the utilities.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Mastis.
Yeah, I like Judy's suggestion. I think that was suggested by SWEEP in their proposed COVID-19 relief, but I don't recall the details to actually report on disconnections, but I liked that aspect of the legislation. If we can work that into this bill, that would be great. And I just wanted to chime in on the repayment plan. I thought Rule 10 indicates a minimum repayment plan to ensure that customers have some protection, and it is a minimum. That's why I suggested a minimum in my proposed order. But I have a question, I guess, for Judy. If we really extend the repayment plan to 2 years, what does that do to the utility company's option to file a reg asset? I mean, obviously, I think Mike's made it clear that there can't be piecemeal rate making. This reg asset has to be in conjunction with their next rate case. But could we be unnecessarily hindering utilities and making them postpone that reg asset or rate making with the reg asset by going with a longer repayment period?
Commissioner Maestas, and Mike should correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that would have to be determined as to whether they could keep accruing installment payments after they came in for a rate case if the installment agreements were still going on. And that's the specific question. It sounds like in that case, if they're permitted to have a reg asset for the arrears, then when they come in for the rate case, they'll give that number. But your question was, what if the installment plans are still going on when they come in for the rate case? And I think that would have to be determined in that 2069 case as to whether or not they could keep accruing it as a reg asset after they came in for a rate case, assuming that an installment plan was still going on. And then there's also, the other issue that I thought of about installment agreements are they're still accruing monthly bills along with repaying the past bills. So it could take a long time. It could take even longer than 2 years. So I don't know if you necessarily want to lock yourself into that, because I'm sure there are those situations. So those are just my comments. Mike, do you have any other comments about the regulatory asset?
I think it's hard to make provide a specific answer to that. I think that's going to vary with each utility, and the amount of arrears they have, and ultimately their own decisions on whether it's what the timing would be that they would be trying to come in on a rate case and recover that regulatory asset. To the extent that they have such a significant amount of arrearages, I think at that point it'd probably be best to leave it to the individual utilities to make an application to record a regulatory asset for a longer period of time than is otherwise provided. I would hate to try and, at this point, just sort of prognosticate what might happen and say that the commission should do something.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess, Mr. Chair, did you let us know how you felt about when the transition periods should begin? Was there a particular preference that you had? You gave us your preference on the transition periods, just the duration, but what
on
date
the mandatory? On the mandatory, I'm for the large utilities. And first of all, Judy, let me ask this question. We said 100,000 meters as for the large guys. We're sure that includes EPE and SPS? Do we know that EPE has 100,000 meters in New Mexico?
The 100,000 meters, no, the way it was worded, and I don't know if you can hear me. The way it was worded was all of the electric investor-owned utilities plus gas companies that have 100,000 meters.
Okay.
So it wasn't, that was the breakout.
Okay, because somehow I had in my head that EPE has 95,000 meters in New Mexico. So
no, we had it as the 3 electric investor-owned utilities that operate in New Mexico, plus essentially gas company, which is to my understanding, the only gas company in New Mexico that has more than 100,000 meters.
Okay, great. And then to Commissioner Maestas' question, actually, for the mandatory period, I am, I think that's what I was talking about, 40, to me, 30 to 45 days for the little guys is, or excuse me, the mandatory period going to the LIHEAP date for the little guys, and the mandatory period going to 100 to 120 days for the big guys. And the big guys transition period of 90 days, little guys transition period of 30 days. I'm fine with that. But again, all of this can be moved, and I'm just trying to throw my, my thoughts into the pie.
Okay.
And
Mr. Fishman,
actually, those were all of my comments. Pardon?
I just wanted to say, could we stay at 100 days for the big guys for mandatory?
I'm fine with that. That's within range.
Yeah. And then what did you say until the LIHEAP date, which is 45 days, but LIHEAP, if you want to specify it that way, that's fine. March 16th.
Yeah, March 16th, as was proposed by Commissioner Maestas.
Right.
And I kind of like the idea that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar had with all this input of Judith putting together for next week a compromise plan that she can review with each of us prior to next week, and us extending the current moratorium until next week so that we can vote on the final details of the bill. And we can each just kind of work with Judy in the meantime to be sure we got something that we're all comfortable with. So would be my thought.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
I agree with that, but I also wanted to mention that I do like the comments that Commissioner Byrd made to with respect to why do we even need a minimum repayment period, and his concerns about the percentage payments, when do we finish to pay? When, you know, when would a customer end up paying? But I appreciate what Judy's remark was on that, which is that it may take a while. But I think we need to have that kind of provision because I think we'll probably have a longer period of time than we'd like when people really haven't been able to recover their jobs. So I think it's only reasonable for customers to be able to pay a portion toward what they owe. And I also like what Commissioner Byrd said about customer responsibility. There needs to be some sort of showing that they made an effort to contact, but I think those phone appointments are critical, which I think it's a very good idea. And so if Judy could incorporate all those points, I think that would be great.
Terrific. And I want to acknowledge Commissioner Maestas talking about I said I agreed with Commissioner Byrd on why have any minimum. And Commissioner Maestas had the counterpoint to that. And after listening to Commissioner Maestas on that, you know, maybe a 6-month minimum would make sense, particularly given how long it will take.
Oh, I see. Sure. Okay. Okay.
So anyway, I'm open to that, and maybe it's a little shorter than the initial proposal that Commissioner Maestas made, but there's a balance there. So, you know, Judy, if we do discussions, I think I would like to see some kind of minimum, and I'm really not sure what it should be at this point. But hopefully, as you discuss with us between now and next week, you know, we can come to some number.
And I'm hearing that although there is a minimum, we would also like the companies to offer a maximum too of 24 months. Is that correct? So you want the companies to offer somewhere between 6 and 24 if the customer wants that?
You know, that'd be fine. I don't know that we need to say a max either. I want to give the companies a little more discretion here. And my big concern is let's, you know, get this. I think all the commissioners are showing great ability to kind of compromise and come to a consensus on this. But I do think, I'll finish this thought, Joe, and I'll get right to you. I do think we should create some more certainty for the utilities and get this done quickly and really focus our efforts so that we can finalize next week. And with that, Joe, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just had maybe a question for Mike. Maybe it's even a point of order. We don't have the original or the active order on the agenda, and I'm wondering if we can even act on it to simply extend it until the next meeting. And so if we can't do that, and I'm assuming that, perhaps we can table this and then revisit it at the end of the meeting to give Judy time to amalgamate all the feedback and come up with just the compromise elements to the order. And then we can take action in this meeting. Again, if we can just extend the current order, I'm fine with that and defer it, but I'm not sure we can.
So Mike, great question from Commissioner Maestas.
One point is it was noticed as potential order regarding temporary moratorium on disconnections of residential customers. So that's a pretty broadly worded, non-specific title. So potential order could potentially be a 1-week order, like Commissioner Fish suggested.
You got stuck there.
But we don't have
an sorry. No, but he made an oral order. What I'm saying is it was noticed broadly enough on the Open Meeting Act to fulfill the overall order of a temporary 1-week extension In addition, you could just table it, but then in that week, there would be nothing in effect.
So in response, I would agree with Judy. I think this is noticed broadly enough that it would encompass any type of order on the moratorium, including an extension until you consider it again at a future meeting.
So, Joe, are you good with doing that 1 week extension and give Judy a little time to consult with each of us and hopefully have
Sure.
it pretty clean next week?
Yeah, thus far, I think the current active order is tied to the governor's orders. So can we just get a clarification that the governor has extended her public health orders beyond the next meeting?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas, her most recent order is extended until February 8th. I think it's 5th or 8th. So our next meeting is February 3rd. And that being said, the current the public regulation order expires today. So if you wanted to do a 1 week extension, it would still be within the governor's time frame of her executive order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion or motions?
Well, Chair, I think you should make the motion to, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would have a question for Judy. Are you there, Judy?
Yes, I'm here.
Judy, Judy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very important case that you are working on. And did you get a grasp from every level, from every commissioner to produce a draft final order? Or do you feel it's coming down the pipe? Where are you on this, Judy?
Oh, right now, I understand everyone's position. I've written it all down, and I could draft an order right now if, as Commissioner Maestas said, we wanted to postpone it till the end of the meeting. I can also do as Commissioner Fishman said, talk with commissioners and circulate an order and bring it back next week. I could do either one. I understand. I've written down everything that everyone has said, and it appears that according to Commissioner Fishman, he and Hall, they both looked to strike a balance between the 120 days that was proposed by you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and the 45 days of March 16th that was proposed by Commissioner Maestas. So it sounded like 100 days was suggested for the large companies and keeping the 45 days for the smaller companies. It sounded like 30 days for the smaller companies having a transition period and 90 days for the larger companies having a transition period. It sounded to me like there was a feeling to not set minimums and maximums of installment agreements, but to urge the utilities to, work with the customers and create the length of the installment agreement that is necessary on a case-by-case basis, because some customers could do it quicker and some may need longer. And then it sounded like there was a consensus about not allowing late fees to be requested in the regulatory asset case. And it also sounded like there was a consensus regarding Commissioner Burt's proposals of customer responsibility and utility responsibility to make contact with the customers and to allow them to actually speak with representatives and leave callback numbers. So I might have missed something, but that's the way I understood it.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to hear from Judy. She has everything in order to finalize the order, because the customers, utility companies, everybody are sitting at the edge of their chairs so that the commissioners can make a decision. And I feel that we've all shared our concerns, and at the national level, they realize the policies that are being created is that people are hurting tremendously. They're driving the path so that people can apply for loans. Trillions of dollars are being proposed for COVID relief packages. So this is very important to me. I want to move forward. I like Commissioner Mayesta's idea. Let's put it at the end of the agenda today, and let's vote on it. That's my proposal, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, actually, I agree with you. If we can get it done this week, let's get it done this week. So that's a great suggestion, and then we don't rehash. And it sounds like Judy has it all, noted down. So that's terrific. Let's put it back to the end of the agenda and do that. And it's noon, 10 after, and I think it'd be a good idea to take a 20-minute break and come back, and that'll also give Judy a little more time, and we can complete the agenda after that. Judy?
I have a question about the letter. Do you want to talk about the letter briefly now, or do you want to talk about it later?
We can do it later.
Okay.
I mean, we'll take a break.
I sent it later yesterday afternoon, and it was included on the most recent updated e-agenda. So I believe that all the commissioners received it, and it's not very long. So I think if you just read it over and it's acceptable, it can be as simple as just saying that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do we need a motion to table or?
No, I don't think so.
We can just move it.
Do we need a motion here, Judy, to move it to the end of the agenda?
I would say yes, because you already approved the agenda. And correct if I'm wrong.
Yeah. So let's I'll do a motion to move it to the end of the agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
And
second.
Let's take the roll on that.
All right, I'm just going to quickly randomize it myself. I can't bring.
I'm going to get you, Mike Smith, somehow, some way.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
I'm gonna go no, just to be different.
So motion
vote
to table
no
until the end of
that you're different.
Motion to table until the end of the meeting passes 4-1. Commissioner Byrd obstinate.
There you go. So why don't we why don't we take a 20-minute break, come back at 12:30. That'll give Judy a little more time. And we'll come back a little bit fresh for the final, because there's a lot of moving parts on this. Let's be sure we get it right. So we'll be a little fresher when we come back. And great discussion. And I just personally have to say, I love everybody's willingness to do some give and take on this. Terrific to see us operate this way. Okay, so we're adjourned for 20 minutes.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back. But you know, if people need another 5-10 minutes, 20 is kind of a short break. So how things over your way? Jeff?
Good. Now it's sunny and clear, and the wind's not blowing. It's what is it? Still 23 degrees outside.
Yeah, kind of the same here in Cruces. It's colder than normal, but cleared up nicely after the storm. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we had fog this morning, and all the way up to just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, and it finally cleared off, and I don't see any fog anywhere now, or clouds.
Mm. Well, do you have a lot to talk about on the legislation?
No.
Good.
Yeah, I'm hoping we're winding down, in fact, is what I'm hoping.
Yeah, me too. Me
Go
too.
back to the agenda. The 10's gone. Still got 3 more regular action items.
Yeah, but these are gonna go pretty quick. Actually, I guess.
I hope so.
Yeah. And
I do have some comments about number 11 there, though, that maybe they'll be answered by the time we get to the end, though.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
should I notify the sergeant at arms to call the other commissioners?
You're the parliamentarian. You know.
I believe I've said enough about procedure for today, so there'll be nothing more. For
I
me.
agree. I like being called on first on the roll call. Set the precedence, you know.
Uh-oh. You know, Joseph, he knew that before he made his proposal.
Yeah, I think that's why he wanted it changed.
It wasn't random. He knew who he was punishing.
There's nothing random about me.
I couldn't figure out why it wasn't alphabetical.
Well, for a long time, it used to be as we sat on the bench, but at some point it got changed a little bit. So it used to be me, Commissioner Hall, Skip, the chair, Commissioner Espinoza, Commissioner Fishman, then go back to the chair. But I think whenever we changed chairs, the order got changed.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, I'm here. I think all
Great.
the commissioners are present.
Okay, I'm going to wait just one more second just to make this off the record comment. Is that when I was in the legislature, that timing of when you vote was critical. People were always gaming that. So, but it's interesting. I haven't seen that on the commission, but it can always come into play.
Now we see it.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen commissioners just say, I prefer to vote after everyone else. Sometimes commissioners have said that, and nobody's objected.
Yeah.
Let's consider that the Byrd Amendment.
Thanks.
No, the Byrd Amendment is he raises his hand and goes, I go first. Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so let's get back to business. So the next item that we've got is item 20-00240. And that's the declaration, that's the petition of New Mexico Gas Company for an exception here on the transportation electrification. And Michael, are you here? Judy, are you here? Uh-oh. OGC's deserted us.
No, Judy's working on the compromise.
Yeah, I know. Russell.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Can you do any filling in here for Michael, or do we need to wait on him?
I think we do need to wait for him on this because I'm sorry, what was that? I do believe we need to wait for Michael on that.
Yeah.
I'll text him.
Yeah, please do.
I think he's working with Judy.
Well, that's no good. They're supposed to divvy up the work.
Yeah, there were some issues that they're trying to hash out on that order that she's trying to create.
Yeah, yeah. So Russell, can we take a vote to go out of order here?
Yes, absolutely.
I will move that we can move to the next item and then come back to the item 11 on the agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Russell, call the roll.
Okay, I'm not sure what order we did it last time, so I'm going to do what I believe is random.
Okay.
We'll start with Commissioner Byrd.
Fishman?
Judy,
yeah.
Wait, there's
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Judy.
Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah. Go ahead, Judy.
Oh, I had my volume off. Michael Smith is on the phone with one of the commissioners.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, should I continue taking the roll on the motion?
which commissioner?
Yeah.
Oh, well then maybe
I'm hurt.
maybe he's no longer on the phone. Sorry.
Let's go.
That's the problem. He needs to get on the phone.
He needs to get on with all of us. He needs to get on the Zoom.
What item are you on?
We're on his item 11 on the agenda.
Judy, there's been a motion to skip past that. Shall I take the roll, Mr. Chair, or do we want to hold off?
Go ahead and take the roll.
Okay. So I will start with Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so I see we have the resolution 127-2021. And Jason, you want to take that? Judith and Jason?
Judy, I'd be more than happy to present this to the commission. I know you're busy. So this is a pretty straightforward resolution, commissioners. It's basically asking the commission to consider the resolution that would align with what the past practice at the commission has been, but just putting some formality to it. And without actually going into reading the entire resolution, which is fairly short, I guess I could. We have a rule that allows the commission to approve an applicant's motor carrier's application to retain records at a location out of the state. And all I'm asking in this resolution is for the commission to delegate that authority to the Transportation Division Director. We haven't had any issues with people retaining records out of the state. It is very clear that the motor carrier themselves shall make records readily available at the time of an inspection and investigation. And so that hasn't been an issue for us. And instead of creating a docket and having to come before the commission every time somebody requests this, I think administratively it should be just dealt with at the division level rather than having to take a formal vote. So that's basically what this resolution does and what it's presenting to the commission for consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
I'll go with Commissioner Hall first.
Well, it's, and this is obvious, but I just wanted to ask the question, under what circumstances do the companies have to keep their records out of state? Is that where are their headquarters out of state or something like that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, from time to time, the headquarters could potentially be out of state. However, they do have to have a resident agent, which allows us as a commission or any other state agency to serve letters or enforcement letters or correspondences upon that company. So even though they have a local resident agent, their headquarters still could potentially be in any of our neighboring states.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, so Jason, is it common for records to be stored out of state by intrastate motor carriers?
It's not common. I mean, we might have a handful. So I guess the number, I don't have a quantified number in front of me. We're actually dealing with an application now, and it's been placed on hold because I wasn't comfortable signing and approving their request to retain records out of state because our rule clearly states that the commission shall. And so that's been kind of put on hold until this resolution is up for consideration by the commission. But we do get applications from time to time that, and I think it's, where I think it's happening is a lot in the oil and gas field, where there are a lot of companies that come either the Four Corners area in our neighboring states or even West Texas that come provide an intrastate service and they retain their records. I mean, we're really not talking about retaining records in Florida or New York. It still is, neighboring states and border cities and towns and whatnot. So
what, it can be a strain on resources, right? If inspectors have to travel out of the state to inspect physical records, is there any movement toward digitizing these records and having them available like online through a VPN?
Well, one of the whereas statements, and we've made this very clear internally to our staff, is that upon the motor carrier's request to retain records, those records have to be made readily available in New Mexico upon an inspection or investigation when that's initiated. Okay, so yes, we want to prevent from having to strain resources and having to travel out of state. That is the intent, but just retaining the records at their headquarters. For the most part, it's my understanding historically that hasn't been an issue on making those available. I mean, moving in an electronic format is the right way, right? The right direction. I don't know that we have a rule that requires motor carriers to retain records in electronic format. So it would likely have to result in a rulemaking. I don't know that all the motor carriers are even equipped to have that ability, right? I mean, if you think rural New Mexico and a lot of the transportation services that are currently being provided, I mean, they're still hard copy type format. So, personally, I agree with this resolution. I worked with the Office of General Counsel to draft it. I don't foresee any issues. If there were an issue, I think the commission could trust that staff will bring it to the commission's attention through an enforcement action when them records are not made readily available. Even when we conduct these inspections, especially annual inspections or even investigations, I think staff have even felt more comfortable looking at a hard copy, and so they will have to actually make those available here at their resident agent address, at our office if we ever get one, or at a mutual site where the inspection investigation will be conducted.
Okay, my last question is, as far as I know, we haven't filled the transportation director position and you're acting. So does this resolution apply in this case where we have an acting?
I guess that would be a legal question. I would probably defer to the Office of General Counsel. I would think it would.
Anyone from OGC? Mike Smith?
Sorry, yeah, just unmuting myself here. Yeah, I don't see that there would be any basis for distinction based on whether the person's acting or not.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other commissioner thoughts?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who proposed this resolution?
I initiated it in conversation with the Office of General Counsel. Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I initiated it in conversation with the Office of General Counsel because we are working on an application. And when I read, after the audit and after I read the rule, it states that the commission has the authority to approve an application to retain records. And I thought this was an opportunity to just decrease the workload on the commission and just allow the director to make a decision if that is allowable or not.
Any other follow-up?
Well, I was thinking that, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was thinking that when you have language like that, the commission shall, unless it specifies it has to be done in a public setting, staff acts as on behalf of the commission and takes actions. You know, the commission finds, the commission believes. That's the staff's position. I don't know that the resolution is necessary. You're acting on behalf of us.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bird, I mean, that's a great point. I think my opinion, my experience is when I read the word commission, in my opinion, that refers to the commissioners and them taking an actual position on something. That's the way I've treated it. I'd like to hear from maybe Mike, if you wanted to chime in on that, but we thought that the resolution was needed to put it in a formal process for formality reasons.
But this is an option in the rule. So we're really, as Jason said, we're following the rule. It gives us the option to appoint a designee. And so I guess the reason why we have this resolution is because we have never appointed a designee. And so this is consistent with the rule specifically.
I think, and if I may, historically,
Commissioner, do I hear a commissioner trying to get in here?
No, it's Judy Amer. I don't know if you can hear me, but there's other places in the rule where it says the transportation division director shall do this or shall do that. Here, it chose to use the words the commission may. And for that reason, I think Jason is correct in asking for a specific designation from the commission, just to be on the cautious side, because the way it's worded now is that it would have to go before the commission unless it was so designated.
So Jason, you had a thought?
I was just going to share, none of the predecessors are here, but, the practice has always been at the transportation division director level. And like I said, I just wanted to make it more formal that we have a record where the commission actually appointed the transportation division director as its designee to approve storage and maintenance of records. I have that section of the rule currently highlighted on the screen here. And so that's where, Commissioner Bird, I think that's where you all have the ability to designate the transportation division director.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Maestas.
Just a quick question. So what's the duration of this resolution? Is it understood that it's only as long as this current commission is in place?
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, it doesn't necessarily say that. I think it would make sense to add that language in here, or at least similar to the resolutions that were recently adopted.
I'd like to offer an amendment that we add a final clause there that this resolution, shall expire on January 1 of 2023. If it's if we can just include it.
Is that a friendly amendment? Yeah. Is that a friendly amendment? Mr. Chief of Staff?
Friendly to me, I'm already typing it up for.
Okay. And we'll, I would move to pass this as amended.
Second.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out for you that section, in case this was also an issue, section 8, chapter 8, section 8, section 4, for the commission's general powers and duties, provides that the commission may delegate authority to subordinates as it deems necessary and appropriate, clearly delineating such delegated authority and any limitations. So I think the adoption of the resolution is consistent with the language of the statute, which allows that delegation.
Thank you, Mike. I think we're ready to call the roll randomly.
I don't think I have the authority to call roll, Mr. Chairman.
I was talking to Mike.
Yeah, I just got muted again. I've seen my computer seems to want to randomly mute me sometimes. Unless Commissioner has controls. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the resolution is adopted by a vote of 5-0.
And Mike,
good job, Chief.
Mike, it's great to know that when we can't shut you up, that your computer can.
It reminds me a little of 2001, the movie.
Oh, okay. Judy, I see you're back. Are we ready to go back to the item 20-00205?
Commissioner Fishman, members of the commission, I regret to inform you that it is taking longer than I thought. And it might be better just to wait 1 week because we have some issues that we need to iron out regarding the installment agreements.
And commissioners, this is Michael Smith. I would concur on that. Judy and I were talking during the break, and that's how I lost my signal trying to get back into the commission meeting. But I think it's a little dangerous to rush language through without considering everything. And I think since we have the ability to extend, I think it would be a better idea if we get the language exactly correct and bring it back next week.
So do you have some proposed language for an order that extends the moratorium for another week so we can consider this next week?
Yes, Commissioner, you could make a motion to extend the January 6th order from its expiration date, which was January 27th, to February 3rd, 2021.
Or maybe we can just extend it to the governor's order, or we were trying to get away from that. So either way.
Well, yes, we were trying to get away from that. And right now it does expire, I believe, on the 5th or the 8th, but either way, as far as I know now, the 3rd would be the last meeting before then anyway.
Okay. So I would move to extend the current order until February 3rd. So that would be our first order to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And we need the roll.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I don't normally make suggestions like this, but maybe it would be better to extend it to the 5th, just in case we have some sort of issue that prevents us from meeting on the 3rd, like the go down or something of that nature.
Thank you. That's fine. So let's write that to the 5th.
Yes,
And
that's
so
the
again, I
date.
will move for the 5th, just so we be sure we've done that correctly before the parliamentarian beats me up on this. I want to be sure I got it right. So I move
And I
that.
was going to, and could you include in the motion in order to finalize the a further clarifying order?
On the 3rd, make it part of
Yeah.
one motion.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Is there a second?
I second it.
So I will take the randomized roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioners, that the motion is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, terrific. We should be down to discussion and potential action. And this is regarding, oh, we did the resolution already.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I think you skipped over my case, one of my cases while I was trying to reconnect.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Correct.
And also we needed
240 UT.
we needed to do something about the letter. We can also postpone the letter till next week, or you could act on the letter. Either way.
Well, we'll get that in just a second. So let's go to 2000-240 UT. And Michael.
So, commissioners, this is a pretty simple matter. As I said, this was actually something I intended to put on the consent action agenda. The New Mexico. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. New Mexico Gas Company filed a petition for declaratory order on December 29th, and they are seeking a determination that the provision of section 62.812 A, which requires public utilities to file an application to expand transportation electrification, as in the other cases that we've had from SPS, EPE, and PNM, does not apply to New Mexico Gas Company because it is not in the business of providing electrification. The language, rather the order, provides that this is an appropriate matter for to be handled with a declaratory order. They are arguing that, briefly, what they're saying is, while the plain language of the provision indicates that it applies to all public utilities, that meaning does not comport with the fact that only electric utilities own and operate the relevant infrastructure and equipment, and the legal requirement that only public utilities properly authorized to own and operate such infrastructure and equipment may do so lawfully. So this order basically just assigns Christopher Ryan of the Hearing Examiners Division to handle this matter, to send notice out, provide notice to all the interested parties so that we can comply with due process before we address the legal issue that's raised by the declaratory order, because there are a number of other public utilities that are similarly situated to New Mexico Gas Company, and any order that we issue may affect and apply to them as well. So by putting them on notice and giving them an opportunity to intervene, the order that we issued in this case can be broadly applicable to all the public utilities. So this is pretty much a procedural order. I don't know if Commissioner Maestas had raised an issue about enforceability, whether we would be trying to enforce or providing assurance rather to the utilities that we are not trying to initiate enforcement actions against any of these utilities that have not filed a declaratory order, or in the case of New Mexico Gas Company, one that has, since they have not actually, they are technically not in compliance with this statute because it requires that these applications be filed by January 1st, 2021. So the language that I included in there provides that the notice shall indicate that because this is an issue regarding the applicability of a new statute that is not clear on its face, the commission does not intend to bring in enforcement actions pending issuance of a dispositive order in this case.
Commissioner comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair.
I second it.
Okay, we've got a motion from Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, a second from Commissioner Hall. And go ahead with the roll.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioners, the motion, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, terrific. So the next item is the letter regarding net neutrality from certain NMRPC commissioners to federal efficiency officials and agencies. So this was something, I'll just quick take this. The draft letter that we see, and can we throw that up on the screen?
Let's see. Who has the most current copy? Sorry, I don't know that I do. Do you mind sending that over to me real quick? Mike or Judy?
I mean, either one of us can share it too, Jason. I mean,
Here,
whatever your preference is.
Here, let me add you as co-host. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Maestas, you're now co-host. You should have the ability to share your screen.
Okay, we tried this the last time. Let's make sure we make it work.
There you go.
Oh, he's such a show off. Okay.
Hold on a second. There it is. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so initially, Commissioner Hall and I just thought we would send letters as individual commissioners expressing our support for net neutrality. And the letter you see here was drafted by my assistant, did a terrific job. And thank you, Brian. But then I know Cynthia was interested in seeing if more commissioners wanted to sign off. And General Counsel informs us that if we're going to have 3 or more, that if I understand correctly, 3 or more commissioners would be considered an official commission action. So I wanted to review this, and we can take a vote as a commission. We can decide that if it's not unanimous, that we won't send it as a commission, or we could decide to just have Cynthia and I send it off. So it's 2 of us, I suppose, and we don't commit the commission, but we can at least get our individual point of view across to the administration. So it's all about just us saying, hey, let's go for net neutrality. We believe in it. And I'll just open up the discussion from there.
Well, Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Well, I disagree with net neutrality.
Yep.
And I'll give you an example why.
Okay.
What you're proposing is everybody gets the same service. So if we extend that to, say, a freeway, and everybody's stuck on the same lanes, then everybody's stuck together, and it's slow for everybody, and you're not benefiting the actual people you're wanting to benefit, health and emergency officials and stuff like that. So they went back to these freeways and they added HOV lanes or emergency use only lanes and high occupancy lanes. And you pay more to use that lane, but it's faster. And it is faster. But it allows the ambulances, the fire trucks and police and anybody else that's in an emergency to go down that fast lane and get past the slowed section. When you throw everybody into one speed, you're going to increase the potential of everybody, including those that you're trying to benefit, being hurt. And so I disagree with net neutrality.
Thank you for your comments, and I understand. And again, the idea here is not to rope anyone into signing off on anything they don't agree with. So,
right. I understand, but that's why I don't support it.
Okay. Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought net neutrality was on our policy list. Maybe I'm mistaken.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Commissioner Byrd had vetoed it.
Okay, but I support this letter, and I'd like to be a co-signer of it. So if you could add me to it, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this to the whole commission, because I think that's the right thing to do. If we're going to put anything out that represents a commission position, whether it's a single signatory or a quorum, I think it should be on the agenda as a minimum for discussion. So thank you for doing this, and please add me as a signatory.
Okay.
And is there any part of the letter you want me to display, or can I just stop sharing?
If everybody, does anyone else need the letter? I guess not, so I guess you can pull it down. Commissioner Hall, you were part of this original effort. Want to make any comment?
Really, I don't have anything to add. I support the principle. I support the letter, and I have a hard copy, so I always keep hard copies so I can see what I'm looking at here. Well, no, I don't want to. I don't need to argue the point or anything. I'm in favor of it. So.
Okay. And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any comments?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support it. I would like to sign as well.
Okay, so Mike, help us out with this. Is if the four of us are going to sign it, we need to send it out as a commission letter that we need to vote on.
Sorry, I was muted. It's really a policy issue. So, it's really a choice. I think the commission can choose to vote on it, or the four commissioners who are agreeing that they want to sign it can just sign their individually on the letter. I don't think there's really a formality that has to be followed in that regard. The main issue is for the Open Meeting Act that this be discussed in public, because it is a policy issue.
So Commissioner Byrd, I'm going to throw this in your court. It sounds like if we vote on it, it's a commission letter, but if we just do the four of us, it's maybe a little bit less than that. Do you have a preference on how we do this thing you don't want us to do?
Well, I would appreciate you just signing it, and you're certainly welcome as an elected official to express your opinion, and I am in no position to prohibit you from doing that.
So I would propose to everybody that the four of us who are in favor sign it, and then we don't do an official commission vote, just out of respect to Commissioner Byrd, would be my sense. But if you disagree, let me know.
I agree.
Fine with me.
It's fine with me.
Mr. Chairman, actually, somebody just emailed me the same thing I was about to tell you, which is the letter still needs to be updated. It still refers to the president as the president-elect and is addressed to the transition office, I believe.
Okay, so we do need to update that. And if folks don't mind, Judy, just send the updates to me and we'll get that taken care of, and the letter will go out under all four commissioners under the commissioners' names with the exception of Commissioner Byrd.
Commissioner Fishman, I think Russell is for this letter. I was responsible for the letter to the federal delegation regarding the disconnection and the customer arrearages.
Mr. Chair, I actually haven't been involved very much with this letter, but I have reviewed it and it looks fine to me, and I can do whatever needs to be done at this point. Sounds like we just need to collect signatures and change and correct the reference to the president's transition team. Is that correct? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That sounds correct to me. Judith, okay. Mike, did that cover it?
Yes.
That sounds right. That's just the one thing I noticed on the letter.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Russell?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Electronic signature for my approval is fine with me.
Yes, I believe we'll be doing electronic signatures. I believe we're doing that across the board, so thank you.
Yeah, and I'm save you phone calls. I'm fine with electronic signature.
Me too.
All right. Okay, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
With me.
I believe Commissioner Maestas motioned.
Okay, on to the discussion item, and we'll get through this pretty quick. And I once again apologize that I didn't get a note out with some details on this, but it's pretty straightforward. On the fuel and purchase power clause, which is on the bill of all of our electric IOUs, and at El Paso Electric, that fuel and purchase power cost represents, generally over the course of a year, about 25 to 30% of the customer's total bill. And recently we've been getting a whole bunch of complaints. In fact, I even had a call from a newspaper about this, where that charge, even though it's averaged over 3 months, has been changing quite dramatically. And so from December to January, it increased from 3/10 of a cent to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. That shift in just 1 month, even though it's a 3-month averaging. And we had other complaints. There was another letter from a constituent pointing out that from August 2019 to August 2020, again, there was a tenfold change in that charge. And it has a significant impact on the month-to-month bill, but it also raises the question of whether there are some mistakes being made in the month-to-month calculations. So I called, I talked with John Reynolds, and he pointed out that there hasn't been an audit of that account, which again is 25 to 30% of the customer's bill, since 2010. And with customers feeling shaky about it, and the fact that it has not been audited in all that time, it is a huge portion of the bill, it made me wonder whether it's time to do an audit just to check into the accuracy and the training and the procedure of generating that monthly fuel and purchase power clause to be sure that things haven't gotten out of whack in the last 10 years. And just as a personal comment, I would say that 10 years for such a huge portion of the bill without a formal review or audit seems a little bit negligent on our part. Big part of the customer's bill that's not getting looked at. Also, in talking to John, and John, if you're on, please join us and tell me if we've got this correct, is that staff does not have much time to review the FEPCHC reports for accuracy. They look at it to see that they've followed procedure in filing it, but as to actually checking on the numbers and being sure they're right, that's not something that we have the resources to do on any regular basis, and it is not really done. So John, please jump in and tell me if I got that correct.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we did have that discussion, and we do, as you mentioned, a compliance review that the reports have been filed, and every 4 years there is a fuel clause continuation case where the Commission can address some of this. But again, we're looking at the methodology and making sure it follows the rule. But when it comes to whether there was an appropriate recording of fuel costs or costs that are allowed to be recovered through the fuel clause factor, we just don't dig into that. And in our staff discussion yesterday, when we talked about this, I mean, I was reminded that these are significant undertakings, they're expensive. And so it does require an audit by an external entity, and which is paid for, which I believe the rule provides for the utility to recover through rates at some point in time. So that's my general comment or response to your comments, Mr. Chair.
So, you know, my ask and for discussion by the Commission was simply, does it make sense to spend a little bit of time with staff to put together a proposed scope of audit to keep it as narrow as we can to meet the specific requirement here and keep it as cost effective as possible, and bring that to the Commission for future approval? And so with that, I'll open it up for comments and discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I have some questions for John Reynolds.
Sure. Go ahead.
John?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
So this is a customer complaint. How many complaints did you receive from El Paso Electric regarding the adjustment clause?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and Mr. Chair, I don't recall whether we received this complaint. I believe that the chair, Commissioner Fishman, received the complaint. That's my recollection. It was several months ago. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Do you recall that?
Yeah, we received 3 complaints from a few months back, and then this month we received 2 more, and I believe Commissioner Hall also got a complaint, which I'm not sure if she recorded. So in total,
it was a phone call, Commissioner Fishman. It was a phone call, a gentleman named Fred Harris, and he was from your district, and he was specifically complaining about the fuel clause amount that had gone up about 10 times. I've also received some other phone calls from people up here in the, if you live on the West Mesa somewhere, Ventana Ranch, I think. And the lady was also complaining about her bill dramatically increasing over the past couple of months, and her neighbors as well, but she never sent me any information. So, and she couldn't confirm that it was due to the fuel clause, but the first gentleman was very specific about it.
So it sounds to me in total, we've received 6 separate complaints from consumers for El Paso Electric.
Since we're on this,
What I would like to ask is, excuse me, don't we have a system in place when we have a customer complaint? Doesn't it go through the protocol of consumer relations so that it can be recorded? And then if it needs to get to the utility division, that they respond to the customer, just so that we are not biased when there's a legal action by a certain individual?
Yes, and I believe the August complaints, at the August of this year, they went to, I can't recall whether they went to the Consumer Complaints Division, but for some reason it bounced back to my assistant Brian, who called EPE, and Mr. Schichtel over at EPE, their Regulatory Affairs Director, and he was trying to get an answer because the clause is kind of the fuel and purchase power calculations is a fairly complex thing. And so we were hoping for some clear answers about the 10-time discrepancy. But the answers that we got back were fairly general and didn't give us any confidence that we were learning anything more about what was happening. So there had been an attempt for follow-up with EPE, and we never got any clear answers about what was going on, and never got any specific answers about what was going on and why there was this huge discrepancy, or a huge change from month to month. Discrepancy may not be the right word.
Just to be clear, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
These fuel clause factors are calculated monthly by the utility. And as you mentioned, it's a complex calculation, but at the end of the day, when it all flows through, it's a certain amount of dollars per kilowatt hour that shows up on the bill. So I think that I'm not sure a complaint is really the right terminology. I mean, it's an issue that went to Consumer Relations Division, to the best of my knowledge. I think it was an inquiry about, well, why is the factor changing so much? And if that were to go to the Consumer Relations Division, I mean, they would say, well, it matches what's on the monthly report. And so the utility billed it correctly. But there are so many numbers that go into the calculation. I mean, that's the reason that there's a rule that provides for audits from time to time, because I think it for sure needs to be verified every now and then. So I just want to make sure that we're clear about whether these are actual complaints. I think there are inquiries about the volatility of the factor.
Oh, well, I don't know. When Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is finished, I have some comments.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you said you had a few questions, so keep going.
Oh, no. I just wanted to make sure that when there's a customer that sends a complaint, you can name it, or an inquiry, there's a tracking system Consumer relations is all about tracking system. They're not there to resolve the issue. They just want to track it. So when we track it, and if we reach 25%, or if we get like 25 complaints, then it automatically shifts to the commission to take further action. But at this point in time, I'm looking for a record, and it seems like there's no record. So that's just my response to that.
Commissioner Hall.
Well, I just wanted to say that I thought it sounded like a very unusual circumstance, and I'm in favor of an audit. I mean, I guess it depends on how much it'll cost, but on the other hand, you know, it's our job to, you know, balance consumer against, you know, utility companies' interests. And this seems like a real anomaly. All of a sudden, the fuel clause charge increasing 10 times and making, you know, enough of an impact on people's bills for us to get half a dozen calls in a period of a couple of weeks. I think we should look into it. I think we should, if our only mechanism to examine it is an audit that we have to procure from outside because we don't have staff to do it, then we should do it. That's what I think, or at least certainly examine what the process involves.
Other commissioner comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree in principle with what Commissioner Vicente Aguilar says, because, I mean, I try to interact directly with constituents that call in to complain, and I've been given guidance by OGC that really, you know, it could become an issue that goes before the commission, and we could compromise on the process. And so I agree in that part that if there are complaints, and if we bring them before the commission as a precursor to taking action, then we should clarify that those complaints went through the adjudication process, and this is an eventual commission action that needs to be taken. So that would be my point in terms of that, because you know, I could bring up unresolved or initial complaints, not knowing how they progress through the process through CRD, and ask for some kind of, you know, action on that particular utility. So, so I think when we talk about complaints, let's at least clarify where they're at. And so there's that. But on the other point, this, you know, we know that customers sometimes don't review their bills, but the ones that really do notice these anomalies, I'll use Commissioner Hall's word, and this is a red flag. And I'm not sure we need a critical mass of people to call attention to a certain issue, in this case, this clause. So I would support it, but I think going forward, I would just caution you know, every commissioner to make sure that we leverage the process, make sure it's taking its course before we start looking into specific matters, because I mean, this could open, I'm going to use Governor Bruce King's term, we could open up a box of Pandoras and, you know, send a chill, you know, through the industry that, hey, you know, we're just going to look at this, and even in the absence of many complaints, or in the absence of an adjudication of common complaints that point to that action, that we're going to take action. So that's my concern. But and then the last thing is, whenever we talk about our authority and we reference rules, I'd like staff, I'd like OGC to pull up those rules, go to the language, and let's display that particular rule, and that way I understand what is our authority to even call for such an audit. So that would really help me immensely understand how we operate. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
You know, I'm reminded of a recent instance where I had some calls that weren't specifically in the nature of a complaint, but parties were concerned about the interconnection issue and difficulty in connecting solar systems or a problem with the manual. And what we did first was to have Mark Fenton from P&M come in and make a presentation. And then following that, we decided to do a notice of inquiry. I don't know if you want to do something similar. It sounds like you already had a conversation with Mr. Schiestel, but I don't know. I'm just tossing that out if you want to go through that step.
Well, we were asking for specific information about specific anomalies.
Mhm.
And we got this kind of generalized answer about this is how the fuel and purchase power clause works.
Oh, that was in writing?
That was in writing.
Oh,
That didn't answer the specific question about why this really strange change.
what's happening?
And
Why is
that requires really following through on the actual transactions in the report and the records. And quite honestly, the fact that we got a general answer as opposed to a specific, and then when we followed up beyond that, we got no further communication, led us to feel that, oh, okay, if we can't get that information, perhaps we need an independent party to develop it, because it's, you can give me a presentation on the fuel and purchase power clause and how it works, but I don't know that that's going to do anything to handle this specific anomaly. Now, if EPE was to come back and say, oh, here you've pointed out these few anomalies, here's all the details and we'll give you a report on it, perhaps I'd reconsider doing the idea of doing the audit. And certainly I'm open to that happening. But in the meantime, I think what I'm really asking for today is whether it's worthwhile for us to give you the full record, including the complaints, and bring it to the agenda in the next couple of weeks in order to do an audit if these things don't shake out. Because right now, quite honestly, I feel like they're kind of tap dancing around it, and it makes me feel like we better know what's going on. So
that's interesting. Okay, fine. I agree with you. I understand it's an issue in the El Paso electric case. El Paso rate case. Don't
pull up any rate case issues. Don't. This is totally separate. This is totally consumer complaints, and I don't want to poison the record on a rate case.
Of course. What am I thinking?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd.
Actually, it was Michael Smith.
I heard it.
Well, I had Commissioner Byrd as well, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Let Mike go.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to point out that it's not that commissioners necessarily have to ignore obviously the nature of the calls that they get to their office so much, but I do want to remind the commissioners that in section 888, which is the statute that governs or creates the Consumer Relations Division, subsection B has a provision that provides that all complaints received by the division, the Consumer Relations Division, with regard to quality or quantity of service provided by a regulated entity or its competitors shall be recorded by the division for the purpose of determining general concerns of consumers. A report of consumer complaints and their status shall be included in the Commission's annual report. So when commissioners do get these kind of calls or they come to our office, that's kind of one of the purposes that we had in that resolution about that the Commission recently adopted about referring these matters to the Consumer Relations Division, because even if it's not necessarily an issue that they themselves are capable of resolving, and it may have to be referred to to the utility division staff, it allows them to compile those records, and that goes back to the legislature, and the legislature has the ability to see that the commission is getting a ton of complaints about a specific issue, and maybe there's a need for action there. With regard to this issue specifically, and John Reynolds may not like what I'm going to say, and maybe he can respond as to whether they're able to do this, but maybe it's appropriate to refer the specific issues that you have are driving this concern to the utility division so that they can analyze them and at least give the commission the benefit of their expert advice as to whether this is an issue that would warrant incurring the cost. Because as I believe John just stated, it is a cost that is appropriate to be passed on to ratepayers ultimately through rates normally when the commission orders an audit. So at least we have that ability to get some input from the utility division staff.
Yeah. And again, just to emphasize, I had been communicating with John, and in putting together any proposal, it would again be done through staff. So no problem referring it to staff and getting that input.
And I partly say that out of self-interest because I'm not sure that OGC would really be able to provide you adequate advice on that level.
Yep. Any other, Commissioner Byrd?
Yeah, thank you. He did. I wanted him to answer some stuff because I knew he might take some off my table, and he did. I am concerned that the few complaints, questions that have been levied in regards to this line item warrants us being able to raise the level to a point that ratepayers then have to pay for it. You know, if you want a hearing, you got to have, like Commissioner Vicente Aguilar said, a certain percentage of your members or ratepayers, or a certain number of ratepayers to complain, to elevate it to a level that we then have the authority to take some sort of action. And I don't think that the 6 is enough. So I don't know that we have the authority to force them to spend money on an outside agent to conduct an audit. But now, just to put this in context, remember in 2019, gas prices went to almost zero. As I believe it was Bill Grant or David Hudson had mentioned, they're actually getting paid to take the gas to run their gas plants. And then in 2020, the gas prices started to go up, and then we had that everything kind of collapsed in April. And then it started to go back up by the end of the year. Gas prices in 2020, I believe, increased around 12% from the start of the year to the end of the year, which is almost a 20% increase from the start of 2019. And I'm pulling these numbers off the top of my head. I may be off a little bit, but so in the last 2 years, gas prices have gone up considerably, and they've had some wild fluctuations in that same 2 years. And so to see your fuel purchase costs fluctuate and increase at times at a large rate seems to fit what the market is saying the fuel prices are doing. And without a deeper audit into that seems to explain a lot of the fluctuations that we're seeing, and certainly fit the curve of gas prices, the fuel prices that are being used to bring that power to us.
So I'll point out a couple of things. One is that currently it's a 3-month averaging. So right now It's a rolling average of 3 months essentially that are calculated to go onto the bill. So when you see a fluctuation from 0.3 of a cent to 3 cents per kilowatt hour in 1 month, that certainly deserves some scrutiny, I believe, particularly since it's a 3-month rolling average. It's not like it's a 1-month sudden fluctuation. And again, I'd also point out that this is 25 to 30% of the customer's bill, and that, quite frankly, the potential losses to consumers are huge if this is being calculated incorrectly. And I wonder how the state would feel if we went back to them and said, no, you can't do your annual audit of our agency. We don't expect you to audit us for 10 years, and we're going to expect everything continues to go to Hoyle, even though no one's checked on us or kept us honest over 10 years. And I find the argument about the cost of the audit, of a potential audit, which we really don't know yet, to be kind of weak given the potential exposure for customers. And I guess I would say, who would ever run a business this way, that you don't have an audit for 10 years on an item that's so central and huge to the customer's charges? And now when you have some customers who are looking closely enough to see this and who've had some back and forth, I guess I just have to say, it's hard for me to conceive that after 10 years of just letting it flow, and our own staff admitting that they can't really check the numbers for accuracy, that we wouldn't take the time to double check this. So anyway, that's my perspective. So anyway, what I wanted to do, and I guess I've kind of got it, and maybe each commissioner could give me explicit feedback. Is it something we should pursue for a potential order for the commission to consider down the road in the next few weeks? Do you feel like it's worthwhile to prepare it and discuss it further or not? I just wanted to get a little bit of that discussion in before we did prepare something to be sure that I was covering concerns.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, I think we should have staff look at it and report back to us next week. And, it was interesting that we're discussing it this way because, when I get calls from consumers and they call me, I always explain that they have an option to file an informal or a formal complaint, and that if they think they might want to do that, they don't want to be talking to me very much because I'm the decision maker. And so I need to shunt them, I need to send them over to CRD. So I put it to them. I say, what do you want? Do you want to know generally why this is happening? In this case, I did actually, because it was, a fuel clause provision, and that seemed to be changing. And I said, you just want to understand why this is happening? Because I was thinking that might be something we would want to know. Or do you want to complain? And this one guy said, I just want to know why it's happening. If I owe it, I owe it. I just want to know why. So to me, that was different. I don't know what the people who called you said, but and then the lady who called me and didn't even know why the bill was going up and didn't send me anything was complaining, but she did not follow through. But this guy, had that notion of mind, I'll pay it if I owe it. So he wasn't really complaining at that time. He just wanted to know the information. And while I understand what Commissioner Byrd is saying, and it has a, it sounds like it could make some sense. I agree with the idea that if we haven't even looked at this methodology for 10 years and the company is sort of not even trying to explain it very well, I would like us to at least look at it in-house and see what the heck is going on. And if we can't figure it out, then let's revisit the idea or get back to the idea of having someone else look at it. But, you know, I just think we need more specific information. And, you know, I don't know where this 25-person, you know, limit came from. That's something that sounds similar to, you know, a co-op rule or something, but I don't have any understanding that I'm somehow limited in trying to, you know, ask for an inquiry into a matter by the number of complaints we get in. And so I think the commission has the authority to look into any regulatory issue that they agree is something to examine. So I don't think we have an authority issue here. I just think it would be good to have an in-house review of the method, but timely, you know. I mean, I'd like to look at it sooner rather than later because the problem is going on now, and then this portion of the bill has gone up 10 times, according to people who know. So,
Commissioner Cynthia Aguilar.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My questions are directly to utility division. So, what I'm hearing today is that there should be an audit for all utility companies, all businesses that are operating under utility division. They should be audited. Is that what I'm hearing from John Runnels?
no, I don't think so. Mr. Chair, aren't you just talking about El Paso Electric?
Well, no, I think she's asking a fair question, and whether there, you know, is some procedure that we should have a regular periodic audit or not.
Oh.
And I think that's a good question from the commissioner, and I'd love to hear John's answer on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and commissioners, I mean, at this point, we, you know, think that audits are necessary from time to time, but, you know, the next step in that, along those lines, as to how often and, you know, when they're done across the 3 IOUs, I think that, you know, we just haven't thought that through. What I can tell you is that we're trying to react to the specific situations that came up at the time. And we didn't see any inconsistency between the factor that was used on bills and the factor that was reported to the commission by the utility. I will add a little bit more by referring back to this prudence review section of the fuel clause rule, which I shared with you, Commissioner Fishman, some months back. But that, you know, that's 17.9.550.19, and the first sentence states that the commission, in its discretion, may order that a prudence review be conducted to assure that fuel and purchase power costs allocated by a utility through its FPPCAC are prudently incurred. And there are another 3 or 4 sentences there. So, I mean, we, you know, based on that, I mean, in our discussion, as I recall, our emails exchange, you know, we had sort of left that up to the commission to decide whether this was a serious enough issue that a prudence review is required. So that's, you know, we have not at this stage looked at this in deep enough to make a recommendation that the commission should do this. I mean, if you're asking us to do that, that's certainly something, you know, we would do.
John, if I could, Mr. Chair, does that rule specify a certain frequency for an audit, or is it just discretionary if it's felt like a prudence review is required? Because I mean, there's been talk that an audit of this particular clause hasn't been done in 10 years. Is there anything in the rule that speaks to the frequency of an audit? And if not, is there a common practice or a rule of thumb in terms of what is an adequate frequency of such a prudence review?
The rule, to the best of my knowledge, does not speak to a frequency of an audit or prudence review. So this rule essentially, as I read it, allows the commission in its discretion to order the prudence review, and then the next couple of sentences deal more with cost recovery, meaning the cost of the prudence review, that it would be paid by the utility and treated as a regulatory asset. As far as what general practice across the country, I don't have a good feel for that, to be honest with you. I would want to look into that, check with our accounting people, and maybe look back at the prior prudence review cases, which go back 10, 12 years now.
Thank you. But if that could be part of the staff direction, that would really satisfy me.
So it sounds like we want to kick this over to staff, and John, give us a recommendation in a couple of weeks. I don't know how long you need. What makes sense? No matter what we say, you're going to be snowed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. I'd like to ask for a month if I could. I mean, I think on our accounting side, we lost our bureau chief. We have a new bureau chief now, but we lost a lot of experience there, and so I would rather have more time than less, so that we can seek to give you as thoughtful as answer as possible. And we may need some outside assistance to just talk to people outside of our immediate utility division to get a better feel on that.
I'm fine with that personally. Other commissioners okay with that?
Well, Mr. Chair, so I didn't really hear a time limit there. Are we talking like 3 or 4 weeks or something, John?
John said a month, I believe.
He said what, a month? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Sorry, didn't hear it.
Okay. There's no more discussion, then we can move on, and thank you. Next item, discussion and potential action regarding legislative matters. And Jason, I guess you should lead this one.
Sure, no problem, Chairman. Thank you. So I guess before we actually get into any of the details of the legislation that is included on the agenda, I just wanted to have an open discussion about how we want to proceed with these type of discussions. Historically, they've been placed on the agenda, and commissioners have been given the first right of refusal to have a discussion, I guess, or we've basically have deferred to the commissioners to see if there's anyone in particularly that you'd want to have an open discussion about in case the commission wanted to possibly take a position on them, because right now our direction based on the last couple of years has been, if the commission does not take a position, we remain neutral. We listen to the webcasts. We keep our log updated on the current location and action taken on behalf of the legislature. But if the commission takes action, then staff will represent the commission, or unless the commission desires to do so themselves. There's a special link for some committees that you have to register to give public comment in opposition or in favor of the bills themselves. And then some other committees are actually asking an email be sent to, I'm guessing their staff members, for consideration to be given access to the public comment Zoom link. So there's each committee is a little bit different in how they're managing this session. And so I just wanted to at least explain, they're on here. I don't think it's necessary that we that I give a presentation every week on all of the legislation. I think we're having a very good process on developing the FIRs. We're communicating with the commissioners on the bill that may impact the PRC through the FIR communication. And I got to recognize and appreciate staff's attention on the FIRs. A lot of these bills, as you can already see, are extremely complicated. A lot of them that are kind of governed around energy are taking a lot of our time and resources, and some of our FIRs are multiple pages. So I know there's a lot of reading on behalf of the commissioners that we're asking. There's a lot of drafting on behalf of the staff that we're asking. And so I think, we should take advantage of that communication via the email. And if you all have any questions pertaining to a specific bill, we have the technical staff here on board with us during the meeting. If there's anything that you want to ask about, hey, what happened with this bill, or I can answer those questions on the administrative stuff. One other thing I wanted to mention is that the two bills that do not have a bill number assigned, as noted on the agenda, is because they have not been read into legislation on the floor. So during the third reading of legislation, they have not been introduced, nor have they been assigned to a committee. The balance of them have. And so I also maintain a bill log that kind of tells me when the FIR was requested, when we asked staff to respond, when we actually submitted it to LFC and DFA. And after that first wave of bills, I think we might be able to manage it a little bit better. But after day one and it got read into the legislation and assigned to a committee, I think we had like 12 FIR requests in one day. And so it just took a lot of time and energy last week. But there were 4 bills that were scheduled to be heard yesterday. I'll just touch on that real quick. House Bill 28, the Cramming and Slamming Act definitions. House Bill 51, the Environmental Database Act. Senate Bill 67, the Facilities for Clean Energy Generation. And Senate Bill 83, Local Choice Energy Act. Now, what's happening is because they have dismissed all of the members of both houses to participate in committees and are not going to come back to the floor session until next week is what I think was agreed upon. The committee reports aren't being read on the floor. And so the final action is not being published on the New Mexico legislative website or even on our Roadrunner platform for that reason. So again, committee reports are not being read in daily like they would normally. You're right, pre-COVID. So that there's going to be a delay because until it's read in from a committee, it can't be assigned and passed to the next committee that it's assigned to. So most of these bills have been getting approximately 2 committees assigned to them. And then obviously they got to go back to the floor. So it's really going to be a snail trail, in my opinion, of a session. It's going to be slow paced. They're probably going to pick up the pace like they normally do in a 60-day session after the midpoint. And then working weekends. I don't know that they've made any announcements of working weekends just yet, but I would envision that would be required because of the delays in getting from floor to committee, back to floor, assigned to another committee, back to the floor, and then over to the other house for concurrence. So that's just a real quick introduction into how it's currently panning out. Obviously, we stand to make any adjustments necessary in the process. But I've been very happy with how we've been drafting and communicating and submitting the FIRs. I think you all can get a good feel for how fast-paced the FIR process and turnaround time really is. I know Commissioner Maestas, being the first year here as a commission, you probably got your fair share of having to read all of those FIRs, and I'm sure you did. So any questions? I'll pause there for a moment and see if you have any questions. If you want to dig into a specific bill, I got several windows on my other monitor here pulled up and can probably answer most of them with the exception of what's actually going to happen and if it's going to be enacted upon.
Mr.
Jason?
Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, Chief of Staff. I would just like to know how you're operating on the legislative bills. Do you have a legislative team? Do you have legislative meetings on a weekly basis? Or is it easier for you to contact a certain division director, a certain staff member? How are you operating? If you can just brief us, that way we know we know you're doing exceptional work, but I would just like to know how you're operating from your standpoint.
I appreciate that, Chairman and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Right now, I am actually depending on Danielle from the Chief of Staff's office to help me administer and manage the workflow by keeping the bill log current. Danielle and I have actually worked at the same place, even though we are under COVID. We just found it necessary to at least get together in person to make sure that we understand the workflow, how to draft an FIR template, and then send it to the appropriate personnel. Right now, I have a bi-weekly division director meeting. I have considered adjusting that frequency to at least once a week, just during the legislative session, for that reason only. But I think the way it's been working, and it's actually been working just fine at this far anyway, is I read the bill, and I've tried to read the bill and understand it. And I also read the Roadrunner analysis. So we have a subscription to the Roadrunner program, and they have a lot of technical expertise in different industries, and most of their employees, and my understanding, are remote. I mean, the Roadrunner company themselves, they have analysts that are in New York and Washington and California, Florida, and they all contribute towards drafting a Roadrunner analysis. As that becomes readily available, I try to familiarize myself with the bill itself and the intent. Obviously, I can't make I guess I'm a jack of all trades, but I can't actually speak on behalf of the utility division. And so I'll reach out to John, get his input, and ask that he either forward the FIR request to the appropriate staff member or draft the FIR himself. We had a transportation bill that has been introduced it's a real simple bill. It requires us to deposit the UCR funds into the state treasurer rather than pass through DOT. So I worked with my staff in transportation to respond to that. But Commissioner, I think the short answer to your question and how it's working is very similar to last year. And so I try to familiarize myself with the intent of the bill, the content of the bill, and then I forward that to the appropriate division director for their attention, and their staff's attention, to draft an FIR. And they've been very responsive. I have to appreciate that and recognize it. As far as the committee meetings that have been scheduled, we currently are only scheduled to present to the House Appropriation and Finance Committee. And like I said earlier, unless the commission takes a position, we are basically in a neutral position on behalf of the commission, listening to the discussion. From time to time, my experience has been the committee members want to hear from the PRC, but I think it's been agreed upon that it wouldn't be appropriate for staff to go and perceive a position on behalf of the commission without a unanimous or a majority type vote. That historically, that's the way it worked. But I think we have a process in place. I think it's working out just fine. Like, we're going to be flexible and have to make the necessary adjustments as we move through the rest of the session.
Chief of Staff, besides John Reynolds, do you have staff members from Utility Division with your permission to speak on behalf of any issues regarding the PRC?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, we are required to submit a lobby. It's called a lobbyist designation through the Secretary of State, and it's a little different this year. During previous years, we simply emailed an Excel spreadsheet with those individuals that were given permission to speak on behalf of the commission or a legislature in the event they had any questions. And so this year we actually had to submit that through the Secretary of State. So I worked with the division directors to identify personnel from each of their departments that would be appropriate in representing specifics. For example, telecommunications, Mike Ripperger and Russell Fisks have been identified as subject matter experts on behalf of the commission. I also failed to mention that the FIR draft bill is being submitted to legal and Office of General Counsel simultaneously with the commission, and they have chimed in and give us a lot of input and feedback. So I want to let the commission know that it's at least going through some type of legal review analysis prior to being published as well. And so, yeah, depending on the bill itself, it's not just John Reynolds. I think Russell was even named as a subject matter expert on another telecommunication bill. Rod Solomon is helping us on some of the energy bills, but then it gets vetted through John and Brad and his staff, as well as Mike Smith and appropriate personnel from the Office of General Counsel.
Thank you very much, Chief of Staff. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioners, does anyone have a specific bill
Chair?
that they would like to discuss or that they need information on?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, thanks, Jason, for the overview, and thank you and all the staff that pushed those FIRs out. We had a discussion on one of those bills in the list, and it just seems like staff resources are focused on the FIR, right? I mean, that is the top priority. But it just seems that our own process doesn't lend itself to the commission taking a position on a piece of legislation, because I think I asked, like, an FIR would intimate that perhaps an amendment would be in order for this legislation to really work, but staff stopped short of that. And so that's kind of like, there's really there's no legislative review with recommendations for amendments. It's really kind of, we do a reality check, right, on the legislation as proposed through the FIR. But I wonder if we need to maybe look at our internal processes and see if we do need to come up with some kind of way where staff would possibly do track changes on a piece of legislation that really needs to be changed. So in addition to the FIR, they would maybe make some track changes, and then we can consider that, because typically, pieces of legislation, it's a snapshot, right? It's going to be amended. But if I'm going to take a position on a piece of legislation, and if we feel strongly that it requires an amendment, I'd be willing to do that. But I just don't think that our process really supports and lends itself to taking specific positions on the legislation. And then even if we do, what can we do as a commission to really try and initiate that change? So in a way, I think that it's more symbolic than anything. I'm not sure how meaningful it is. So I just have some concerns about really investing a lot of time in this unless we had a real robust process, a specific process to evaluate the legislation apart from doing the FIR, and to the degree where commissioners maybe can sponsor some kind of support, either supporting it as is or with amendments. So that's my first part of my feedback. The second part is I really don't think we should be discussing legislation that hasn't been introduced. I see the first two titles are up there. So I don't think we should spend time on that. I know it's on our policy list. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that it'd be nice that when we pull these up, if we're going to continue to routinely talk about these and possibly take action, that we include a hot link with the FIR. I realize the FIR is still subject to change after we touch it, but I think for our purposes, it would be good for us to kind of just click on a hot link on those bills that we have actually developed an FIR for.
And Commissioner Maestas, if I may, when you say hot link to the FIR, are you requesting a hot link to the PRC FIR or to the FIR that actually gets published by the Legislative Council?
Well, I would think that there's a lag, right, between the time we touch the FIR and the time the FIR is finalized. I don't know. Well, I guess it's 24 hours, right?
Yeah, we're required to submit one 24 hours. That a lot of times that's not possible, as you probably can understand. I mean, think about the Energy Transition Act. I think we spent 2 weeks on that FIR as an example, and we're spending several days on some of the FIRs that we've already published. The one thing I will say is when an FIR request gets submitted, they are asking us to publish something within 24 hours. However, they have actually even have prioritized their own workload to say that an actual FIR needs to be published on the legislative website prior to the committee that the bill is assigned, prior to the bill being heard before a committee, meaning it's on the agenda. It's going to be heard tomorrow. The FIR has to be published today, regardless of any input or feedback they've gotten. You know, we're trying to do our best. You know, one question I've always asked, and I'm not encouraging this by any means, is, you know, we want to show ourselves as a good partner with the legislature in responding to all these FIR requests, but I'm not sure what the consequences are if we're not able to meet the 24 hours, or if, you know, because we don't want to publish a poorly written FIR or something that hasn't had an opportunity to be reviewed by legal or OGC or even the commissioners, an opportunity to listen or read on staff's response. You know, and again, staff are trying to draft that and basically publishing what is the impact. You know, what does this bill do? What's the fiscal impact to the agency? So I hear you loud and clear on the whole track changes of a bill. That hasn't been the past practice, I'll be honest with you, in the historically of us proposing red line versions of the bill, but definitely something that makes a lot of sense to me. Just would take that much more time, but I think it could be easily marked up or redlined as the FIR is being drafted, because the language is already being presented in the FIR itself under implications, right? So, or issues, and there's sections in the FIR that allow for that.
So I guess to address the FIR issue, I would say put a hot link to whatever's available, the most recent. If the final one's available, I'd say we can use that one. But if the legislative FIR has not been posted, then you can just put ours if it's okay for public consumption. So that would be my preference on the table, to have a hot link of the FIR, but I prefer it to be the final FIR. And then regarding, you know, redlining legislation, I mean, Jason, I think you're registered, right, to really represent and interact with the legislature. I think we've had this discussion before that I feel a little uneasy, you know, having an exchange with a legislator about a piece of legislation that we may have to implement either in whole or in part. But I think for the purposes of being timely, I'm happy with Jason conveying, like, if we take a position on a bill and we offer an amendment, I think to really make best use of our time and ensure that our feedback is meaningful on this legislation, that Jason move on it if we feel strongly about it. Obviously, that's not going to be the case for every single bill that's on this table. But I just want to make sure our time is well spent and it's meaningful. And if our resources, our limited resources, can accommodate even suggesting some track changes to the commission in advance of being asked to take a position, that would be ideal.
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Meneses, just to feed off of what you just said. Yeah, I think the way it's worked in the past is if the commission does want to take a position, they have, and then the ball's in my court to strategize how to implement those positions or address the concerns that the commission may have. I really, and I know we're on record and a lot of people are listening, but it's extremely important for the legislators to understand that the PRC's FIR does not get published in the final FIR. And a lot of times they go to the final FIR and they miss the PRC's FIR. However, the PRC's FIR is archived in the Legislative Counsel Service. And so I don't know that all of them understand they can ask for, let me see the PRC's FIR. Last year, I was educating a lot of legislators, respectfully, and explaining to them that it's available. We did file that. That's not ours. Here's ours if you want a copy. It is subject to public consumption, so I don't have any, opposition to providing a hot link to it. I will come back and say that the final FIR, when one is available, has a direct link on our homepage of the website through that iframe that we are publishing on the website, but that's not the PRC's FIR. So we'll figure out how to create a hot link. And I'm thinking you're saying a hot link to the agenda, right? Which I'll have to work with OGC and allowing them to map into the server where we're currently archiving those FIRs. So I could work on that. It's a technical fix. So
can we send proactively, instead of waiting for a legislator to ask for our FIR, can we send it to the bill sponsors? And one last thing is I just went through an ethics class, and apparently there's some information that Legislative Counsel Services, their information is on like a 30-year lockdown. And I don't know if our FIRs are considered in that protection of records that the Legislative Counsel Services has. So I would at least get a clarification on that our FIR, that maybe we might be forbidden from sharing it with others other than the legislators and Legislative Counsel Services.
And if I may, Commissioner, you're saying they're on a 30-year lockdown. Are you referring to agency submitted FIRs? Because the FIRs are on the website and available to the general public now.
I think I'm sure that it's like working drafts and inquiries from legislators. I know that that's part of that protected Legislative Counsel Service information. But I just want to make sure that we're not skirting that law.
I mean, again, I don't have a problem with emailing our FIR directly to the sponsors. Personally, I wouldn't have a problem. I guess I would probably defer to the commission, maybe to give me that direction as a whole, or if OGC has any concern with doing so. Generally, I don't think our FIRs are subject to any restriction of being released. But again, I would like to probably defer to OGC because I think that's a public record, and it's probably going to be subject to IPRA regardless.
Well, let me just weigh in. I think we should be proactive. We put so much time and effort into developing these FIRs, only to have them whittled down where the final FIR may include just a small excerpt. And if we can't have meaningful lobbying to influence the outcome of legislation that affects our agency, then as a minimum, we should be proactive and share our FIR on these bills, at least with the sponsors.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I mean, with all due respect to the elected capacity you all fill, staff are always waiting for the commission to take a position before we actually initiate. Because if staff takes a position and you're in opposition of a bill because of the FIR and the concerns and implications that staff have brought to your attention, and that gives us the green light to go and talk to the sponsors. That's the way we've treated it in the past. And historically, if the commission doesn't take a position, we literally stay neutral. But that doesn't necessarily mean we can refrain from sharing the FIRs. I think that's a great point. But again, I would defer to the commission as a whole to probably give me that direction and at least email them a copy, right, of what was submitted to LFC and DFA. I do want to mention that there are several bills that are already considered unfunded mandates. There's a bill that we're currently working on, an FIR that was issued to us yesterday that seems to have conflict with some of the other energy acts, such as the ETA, and a lot of more reports and submittals required by IOUs and the commission in response to it. And there was another bill that we published, a 200,000 recurring cost for additional FTEs. And so there, that's a point that probably needs to be made on Friday as well. And we don't know what's going to happen with all these energy bills that are currently being considered by the legislation. And again, just more workload and more unfunded mandates upon the PRC. We're trying to overcome the additional FTEs that have been authorized but unfunded from the ETA, and here we are in 2021 getting a rollout of so much more legislation.
The only reason I wanted to mention these two bills, Commissioner Maestas, with all due respect, that do not have a number, is because one of them actually has gotten a lot of attention from the media on, that's Stefanik's bill on reinstating the regulatory authority over public utilities for plant abandonment. I'm sure several of you have read the articles that have been published, and it's part of the iframe because it's been, earmarked on the Roadrunner program. So by default, it shows up on our website. And the way OGC
Excuse me, which bill did you say? Is that the one that is unnumbered, or is that a numbered bill? I didn't hear it well enough, your description of the bill. Is it on this list?
Yeah, Commissioner Hall, it's the very first line item without a bill. And so it has not been introduced under third reading on the floor. So, there's nothing to really discuss about it. The only reason I earmark it is because it has gotten a lot of attention from the media. So.
Right. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to jump in for just a second.
Well, let's be sure that Commissioner Maestas finishes his thoughts and his questions, and then we'll go straight to you, Commissioner.
Of course. Sure.
Yeah, no, I think, and I apologize. I think this is really for my purpose too, but I really think that we should make the best use of our time and of the time that we invest in this process. We ought to at least make it impactful, at least as impactful as possible. And I think my takeaway is that I'm going to be more proactive in terms of looking at the legislation as well, and deciding whether I want to at least initiate or proposing to the commission that we take a position on it. And then the last thing is hopefully we can go to the next level. We really can get beyond FIRs and take positions with amendments if necessary, and make that a part of our action. And certainly, Jason, if there's further unfunded mandates, you got to raise the red flag. You got to say, hey, I highly recommend that the commission take a position, no unfunded mandates, at least at this point. And so I would just say for those obvious bills, please just say, you know what, I highly recommend that the commission take a position on this particular bill because it represents unfunded mandates. Mm-hmm. That's all I had.
Commissioner Hall.
Well, I completely agree about the unfunded mandate issue. That's definitely a problem we face. And I think the HB2 is one thing that we will be needing to talk about next week when we do the workshop, and anticipating that we were going to have this policy workshop this week. I called, several legislators, and I ended up talking to Liz Stefanik's about our unanimous position on needing more funding and getting a real funding for staff, and that would really reflect our base budget for the base staff that we really need. And her advice about how to lobby for that was for the commissioners, if we are all unanimous on the position, to make contact with all of the members on the Appropriations Committee, House Appropriations and Finance Committee that we know, and divide up the members according to who we know and who are in our district, and speak to them directly about our needs. She thought that was the most effective way to go. And, I've seen that happen in other times. But I mean, in terms of making good use of our time, to me, that sounded like one way to make good use of our time, at least on the budget issue. But we could talk about it more next week. I'm getting a little far afield, but at least this budget bill is at least, on our list. So I think it's within the scope of what we should be talking about. But with respect to FIRs, I completely understand and appreciate what Commissioner Maestas is saying about trying to get value from all the effort we put into them. And the frustrating difficulty is that they want to turn around so fast. It's very, I don't know how we could determine that we have commissioner unanimity on an issue if we wanted to include that in an FIR. I found it frustrating myself to try to, catch FIRs before they get out the door so I can examine them or make comments or spot issues, but I can't keep up with them all the time. It's difficult. So,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, one of the agenda items during communications with Chief of Staff that I was going to touch on real quick is the House Appropriation and Finance Committee hearing this Friday. And I've been working directly with Commissioner Maestas and his assistant Jonas. I believe we have a plan in place to address the committee on our real needs and establishing a baseline budget for the PRC. So I'll touch a little bit more on that during the communications with Chief of Staff agenda item today.
Good. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of things that are, light bulbs are going off all over the place as I'm hearing and getting good feedback from the commissioners. But, when I think of an amendment and a proposed amendment, I personally still think that should go before the commission, just because of the way the legislative works, the legislative session works, and we would really be probably introducing, whether it's considered friendly or unfriendly, staff would be introducing an amendment that the commission may not necessarily agree to. And so because of this fast track pace, maybe we can all brainstorm some ideas on how to potentially address that. Maybe it's something that we share internally and not actually publish until the commission considers taking a position, which is only once a week. And if the process in place now continues for the legislative session, there's very little opportunity to try to get in between the committees, to be honest with you, because for example, several bills that we are tracking were heard yesterday. We were all tied up in all kinds of other meetings, division director meetings, other trainings and whatnot. And there was a committee that we weren't even able to listen to. So I'm having to go back, watch the webcast to find out what action was taken, because that action's not going to be published until they go back on the floor and read out the committee reports. Then it's assigned to the next committee. And then that's when we start attacking those committee members if needed on a position or a friendly, unfriendly amendment, whatever it might be. Just thinking out loud and brainstorming with you. Like I said, great ideas. Just want to make sure we are all on the same page and how to implement them.
So a couple comments. One is on proposed amendments to bills. I think you're correct, Jason, that before proposing those, that should get a commission approval, or it's going to be really confusing for everybody. And we're going to have a limited capability to do that. So probably not a bad idea to just really highlight the bills that seem to have the most impact, which sounds simple to say. In practice, maybe not so easy. I understand that. But sometimes you just gotta, husband your resources and do the best you can.
Yeah, I can do that.
So that'd be terrific. And to Commissioner Maestas, want to make it clear that in the past, the commission has been fine with commissioners talking individually to legislators about their own opinions, so long as they're not representing their own opinions as the commission's opinions. And there'll be a lot of legislation where commissioners have different points of view. And freedom of speech, we want to give everybody a chance to express their opinion. And in many cases, commissioners will be contacted by legislators and asked their opinion. And so the past practice has been, sure, have at it. It's a marketplace of ideas, and let's not limit it. So I just wanted to make those couple comments. Any other input or thoughts on legislation that commissioners want to talk about today?
I have one more, Chairman, after the commissioners.
God, you just, okay, go ahead.
It's just regarding the scheduling. So when we become aware that a bill is on an agenda and scheduled for a committee hearing, last year we put all of these on the commissioners and subject matter experts calendars, just to at least be aware that it is going to be heard. If you're interested, be aware that it's on the agenda for a committee hearing. Does the commissioners, the sitting commission, still want me to send out a calendar invite with the legislation that we're currently tracking and with that schedule? And
I do. I would like that.
Me too. And I guess that's Commissioner Maestas 3.
Me too.
I was using the PRC commissioners and assistants email distribution list. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. With that, let me see. What do we got here? So I think we're on to the workshop, which I believe we're postponing till next week. Is that just to confirm?
Yeah.
Okay. So then on to communications with Chief of Staff.
So I'll try to be as brief as possible. I know we might have to put communications with Chief of Staff at the very beginning, so I make sure I have everybody's attention because I know you're all tired.
No, we'd rather sleep when you're talking anyway. It's okay.
So start
Go
the
ahead.
meeting at 9 and I'll see you at 9:30.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
Real quick, just quick update on the PRC return to work. In your inboxes, each of you will find the local building form.
Oh, we lost your sound, Jason.
Can't hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Better, a little louder would be good.
Yeah.
Better get Verizon.
I have Verizon, unfortunately, so how's that? I'll get a little closer to the mic. The PRC return to work plan update, real quick. In each of your inboxes, you'll find Bochum building floor plan that shows tenant improvements along with a proposed seating arrangement for staff, as well as a revised proposal from the landlord. As discussed a few meetings ago, the commission asked that I give them a copy of that so we can move forward and get something formally agreed upon between the PRC and the Bochum building landlord. So if you could please maybe take a quick look at that, or more than 5 minutes if you need to, but I'm asking if I can get some comments back so we can respond formally by the end of the week. We can keep that process moving forward. I do have a call scheduled with the Department of Finance and Administration this afternoon. As soon as we adjourn, it's another one of my to-do lists today, to talk about the grant application, the Board of Finance grant application, and what our options are or restrictions and limitations, as we previously discussed. On the House Appropriation and Finance Committee presentation that we are scheduled to give this Friday, that committee starts at 1:30. I think we're like 6th in line. And so historically, even if they take 30, 45 minutes, we're going to be late into the evening before it's our turn. My thought on the format, by the way, they are restricted still to around 10 minutes. We probably are going to go a little bit over, and I think we'll be just fine. But they have also limited the number of people that can actually call into their Zoom, and the balance of the agency and others that aren't actually presenting or need to be on the call to respond to questions are asked to watch via the webcast that is published on the legislative website. And so my thought on the format is, Mr. Chairman, as chairman, a brief introduction and recognizing the committee, and then passing the baton on to me. And then, like I said earlier, I've been working with Commissioner Maestas, real good presentation, and I think we're close to being done. In fact, we'll be meeting after this open meeting adjourns to button up any loose ends, and I think the majority of our presentation, not to let the cat out the bag so soon, but the majority of our presentation is going to be geared towards exactly what Commissioner Hall just mentioned, and establishing a baseline budget for incremental improvements to the agency, to staffing, to creating a competitive budget, a competitive salary budget that we can offer and recruit and retain more qualified individuals across the board, increase staffing levels on advocacy and advisory staff. So all of that is actually being put into a real nice presentation to at least tee it up and put it out there for consideration. That's really all I had. Everybody's well, everybody's safe. All the reports back from the division director. I do want to take a moment and recognize Mr. John Reynolds' picture. That must have been when you got appointed to the utilities division director, because you definitely look a lot different.
He ages well. He's a Benjamin Button.
Mr.
I thought it
Chair,
was Owen Wilson.
excuse me 1 second. Somebody's making a lot
Photoshop.
of noise with paper. If you're not talking, could you mute? Because it's very hard to hear over somebody's over speech when there's this paper sound or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but it was very noisy.
Thank you,
Steve.
Cynthia. Thanks for pointing that out.
Time for questions, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, so just a quick comment, and then Joe, go ahead after me. I just wanted to say that if there's a limited number of people that they want to have on that meeting on Friday, and since you've been working closely with Commissioner Maestas on this, I am perfectly happy to have Commissioner Maestas represent the commission as a commissioner in this particular discussion. I've been very focused on several dockets and the details of them. And quite frankly, I think probably at this point, Commissioner Maestas is closer to that discussion with you than certainly I am. And just to let folks know, I'm comfortable with that. And I hope the rest of the commission is, although everyone's certainly welcome to join in.
I was going to say we were definitely going to limit you to 30 seconds, but if you don't want to.
I don't need to be there.
I just thought that'd be good. You really took the lead and you took the bull by the horns on establishing legislative matters. I thought that'd be a good opportunity for you to say, look, you have it in your inbox. We're here. We're available to discuss. We've shared that with the governor's office. We shared it with the appropriate cabinet secretaries. And we really, since you took that bull by the horn, I thought that might be a good opportunity for you to revisit the consensus from the commission and then carry it right over. But that was my thought process.
Sure. Just let me know what's appropriate. And I just want to let you know that if there's areas that you and Joe have gotten into, just take it away, Commissioner Maestas, and, feel comfortable to take the lead on that.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest with you. I gotta be.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, thank you for that, because time is going to be of the essence. But I mean, if you want to just kick it off and say hello, I think that would be great. But, Commissioner Hall, I don't know if we still have we're still working on the slides that we're going to meet, but we're making the 2017 evaluation central to this, central to the major elements that we're requesting that haven't been moved on. They moved on removing the fire marshal's office, and that was very prominent in that 2017 NERI evaluation. But we're going to make a really, really compelling argument to get this agency up to a new baseline audit, and everything we're going to request is either tied to the 2017 evaluation or tied to the unfunded mandates, the Energy Transition Act. And it's also going to be tied on other issues that are not a secret to legislators, like issues with pay, with salaries, with recruitment and retention. And so I think you all are going to be really proud of this presentation. It's going to be a compelling, it's not going to be considered a wish list, I think, at the end of our presentation. It's going to be compelling, justified, and look, we may fall short, but I think we have an obligation to say right now that we don't want to leave this agency in its current state from a budgetary standpoint for the appointees. I think we have an obligation to really bring this to the legislators' attention and tell them, look, you all need to act on this. If not in FY22, certainly in FY23.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I look forward to the whole thing. I think this is probably the most important issue for us to work on, because without sufficient funding, we won't be able to perform the things we need to perform the way they need to be performed. And that's for right now, not in addition to how we want to leave the agency as well. So I'm just really appreciate your efforts in this regard, and I plan to be there to offer support, whatever I can do.
Well, and then Commissioner Hall, if I could, Mr. Chair, I've been texting with Jonas, but maybe Jason and myself and Jonas, we can talk about maybe looking at the House Appropriations Committee, and we can come up with some talking points, and then we can move on your suggestion to kind of divvy them up, because
Yes.
perhaps it would be most impactful that we make those calls with those talking points in advance of the presentation.
I think that would be wise. And I printed out the list last night, but I'm sure you guys can find it easily. I can send you what I've got, but it doesn't have telephone numbers attached. So, but 3 or 4 of them are in my district, and then the remaining ones are spread across the state. Some in Las Cruces, several in Gallup. I'm sure you'd recognize a number of names of people who represent the northern counties. So I think that would be really profitable if we could do that. It's good to have these conversations with them in advance, I think. Then they'll understand more about what they're listening to.
Can you send us the list and then mark the ones that you'd like to contact?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I think we're on to communications with general counsel.
None. I'll pass.
Attaboy.
We've got them trained. Communications with commissioners. Do we have you guys trained? No, here comes Joe. Can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that.
That
When
worked
we
great.
deferred action on the moratorium, did that include the letter to the federal delegation on COVID relief? Because I don't think we included that. I'm asking, should we take action on the letter on COVID relief?
Thank you for bringing that up. Is Judy still here? Yes, she is. Judy? Maybe she's not. Okay. Oh, I've got the wrong phone here. If someone can text or ring Judy real quick, maybe we can get her back.
Texting her now, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm calling her.
Okay, great.
Since we're waiting, Mr. Chair, the letter I had was incomplete, so I don't know if there's been an updated version of it.
I don't know. I can't.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was unsuccessfully muting myself. The letter is just a draft. I really was not 100% sure exactly what it was wanted to be said, but so I drafted it, and you can either adopt it now or we can talk about it next week.
Commissioner Maestas.
I read it. I just had one question on the body of it. On the first page, it said that the investor-owned electric utility arrearages amounts to 13.8 million, and I question that total because I think P&M's alone is like in excess of 21 million. So
Yeah, before I was sending it out, I was going to get the most recent numbers.
Mr. Chairman, I think, you know.
Is there a
Go ahead,
rush
Judy.
on this letter? Is it something we can have finalized and ready for next week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can add the most recent numbers, for sure.
And we have some minor changes to send you as well, Judy. So I'm happy for deferring action on this until the next meeting.
I am too.
I am 3.
Okay, well, send me your. All right. Okay, then individually send me any edits in there. I know that Isaac as of the end of December, but maybe, and I don't know if we have the information yet till the end of. Oh yeah, we probably don't because it hasn't been the end of January yet. But maybe we'll have it by the beginning of February.
Okay, so move to defer. I don't know if we need a motion, but.
I don't think we do. We can
Okay, all right.
And other communications with commissioners.
That's it.
I think we're good. All right. It's time to adjourn. Thank you all for hanging in. And
Thank you.
See you all next week. Do I see you?
Thanks.
Okay.
Have a good one. Talk to y'all later.
Thank you. Take care.